You should try and share it, and then cross out after you've added 3 devices. Thanks. Here. There's no code. I will follow it. Yeah, please cross it and or say, put a 1 next to it so that you.
Okay, but you announced it?
Do I announce it? Okay. No, it's fine. Just that I told him to use the
Oh, yeah, okay. But I'll keep the announcement for you. Okay? Okay, and then... Hello? It's the countdown to the live stream, right? Tell me when to go. Okay. Goedemorgen. Bonjour. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming to this General Assembly of Volt Belgium. I'm very happy to see you in the room, also online. I see that a lot of people from Belgium, across Belgium, and also outside of Belgium, our neighboring Volters from other parts of Europe are joining in today. It's really good to see us come back together in person. We haven't had the chance to do that very often. So first of all, a warm welcome to everyone. We have a full day ahead with a lot of things to discuss, to vote on, and setting the next steps together as a movement. So it's an important meeting, and thank you all for joining today. So since the last General Assembly in November, we have already laid out the political vision and a number of policies that we want to set the road towards 2024. And today you will especially also be electing the next executive committee for Volt Belgium. So for the next 2 years ahead, the next team in place to work with you to lead the movements and to make Volt also have success in the next elections coming to Belgium in 2024. And for that, we know that we have a great movement of members, of enthusiastic volunteers, and people that have been there from the start or are recently joining, and together we form a great team together. So for that, I also encourage you, also if you haven't met each other, also reach out to each other and make those connections. So today we have a number of items on the agenda. Emeric will also explain to you the votes that will happen during the day. And we are very happy to also welcome also our European guest today. So Lieping, our European Secretary General, is in the room. Hi, Lieping. And we also have Reinier coming later today. So for that, we will be starting with some ASBL formalities. So as we have to approve our accounts for the financial year, we also have a number of elections, and we're also looking at some amendments to our internal rules and regulations and statutes. And then we will go into the political assembly, where we will look at a number of policies that have been proposed by the members that have been put to amendments and to vote on them. And obviously, we will also have time for a break. So we have lunch outside in this great Brussels weather. So for that, lunch is provided. And we should finish the day at 5. So for that, I will, once again, thank you for coming, and I wish you a great GA, and let's make this a memorable and a great day together. Thank you. I will now pass the word to Emeric from the Electoral Board.
So, thank you, Olivia. And so the first vote, hopefully you all understood this before. So the first vote was launched on Wednesday evening, and it's for our chair. And he was thus approved with 96%. So Xander is now officially our chair. Thanks, Xander. And he's now officially our chair for this meeting. And I will let him speak. But is it me directly, or do you have something to say? Yes. So here's the word to you.
Hello, everybody. Bienvenue. Welcome. Willkommen. My name is Xander Rezepka. I'll be the chair for you here today for this important Volt Belgium General Assembly Spring 2022 edition. With me, Emeric already spoke. Masso is the Electoral Board, and Arno Steg here, the Secretary of the Executive Board of Belgium, will be taking the minutes and be responsible for the tech here also. First of all, whenever you have access to Tasker, Emeric will explain in a bit how the voting works, but also the Tasker can be used to ask questions. Throughout the day, we have several items with different Q&As, and we will ask you to ask the questions, and we will ask the questions to the different responsibles and participants here. For the rest, Olivia already said so, but this General Assembly is separated into two distinctive parts. The first part will be about the legal entity, the Volt ASBL, the Volt VZW, Vereniging zonder winstoogmerk, Association sans but lucratif. And the second part of this assembly will be about the political assembly. So the first one we will commence right now. And by this, I will officially commence the General Assembly part for the Volt ASBL VZW. Thank you very much, and I will give the microphone to Emeric to explain the GA votes and everything. Thank you.
So yes, I don't have the direct connection to the screen, so it will be just me talking. So you'll have to listen to my voice. Or do you want to show something? Okay, I'll just send you a link that you can show. So there will be two different kind of votes today. There are elections for the board, as Xander and Olivia said, and there are votes for GAs, which means we are legally required to approve the accounts, for example, and discharge the administrators for the last year. These are very legal things, and then we have amendments to the internal rules and articles of the associations. And in the afternoon, we also have some votes on policy. Why do I say that it's different? Well, elections, we've developed with the Electoral Board a couple of years ago, very strict procedure to follow. And these happen via, depending on how many candidates there are for each position, they happen with a different system. We've developed 2 years ago. So today it will all of them be for the elections with the ADoodle system. This means that when we will open the vote, you will get an email for each individual position. And in this link, you will need to click on it to be able to vote. It's a personalized link with a secure token, and no one has actually access to what's behind. And at the end of the vote, you will also be able to directly see the results. So this is for the elections of all the candidates for the board positions. For the votes, it works with what we call Tasker. Basically, that's your personal voting link, which you got by mail, I think yesterday. And then you will be able to directly vote on the landing page of the Tasker system. Maybe you can show Tasker, or just the landing page. And you'll directly be able to vote on there, and it opens a Google form, which you then can fill and submit. In the Google form, there's a token at the top, which is a crypto ciphering, like a code. Yeah, he will show in a second. And this this token, please don't modify it. It just identifies you anonymously, and we can see that you're the only one to vote. Maybe very important, for the elections of people, you're not able to change your vote. Once it's cast, that's it, you've voted and it's done. For all the other votes, which are not elections, you'll be able to always change your vote until the end of the vote. So that means you can vote again and again. So it will appear here. So this should be your personal landing page. On the left, you will have votes, and you'll be able to click vote on the button when it appears. There's no votes at the moment. And you shouldn't see the admin panel, that's for us. But that's how it looks like. And can you show maybe the Google link that I sent on Workplace? Or no, it's okay. So that's it. I wanted maybe to also do a little personal apology on, maybe some of you followed all what happened on the chats the last weeks. We as electoral board had to make some calls at some points, and I must say that I was not super happy by the calls that we've made in the end to try and I wouldn't say silence, but to limit the amount of possibilities the candidates had to do a proper campaign. And I would want to see this reflected as a movement on how we can better manage this. The whole situation is, maybe most of you don't know, but 2 years ago, during the elections, you had some people who frauded during the elections, and they frauded in a way of trying to do shadow communication groups and attract people in there. So there's a bit of a history in this. These people are not actually part of the movement anymore, but so there's this history, and it's the reason that we've reacted a bit maybe too strongly. So it's something that we should reflect for the future, because I think it needs to be an open movement where people are able to communicate more freely, and that we should not try and block people from exercising their functions when they're still in function, and also from organizing events or gatherings. But this will be a reflection for the future. It's just a bit of a personal apologies to you if you felt this during some of the chats. It was about a couple of weeks ago mostly that happened. So yes, that's me. That's for the electoral board part. Do you have any questions, technical, regarding the votes or the elections? Please raise your hand now or later, but if you can do it now. It's important, so it all happens online. The reason is that we want people to be able to participate also remotely, and also it gives a sense of security on the voting, so that you don't have miscalculation of counting and so on, and everyone has just one vote, so you all have your personal voting tokens. So again, I'll repeat very quickly. You just have to go to your email of the invitation of the GA. If you search for GA in your Volt email, you'll be able to find a personal link to attend the GA. And if you see this page with the YouTube, that's the right page. You'll be able to vote when they open on the right. There's also a Q&A form you can use to ask questions during the GA. You can always post a Q&A and it will be moderated, and we'll try to answer all the questions that are asked on there. And the last thing, again, for the elections themselves of the candidates for the boards, this will happen with individual mail per position that will be sent to you in a few moments when we will start to open each and every vote. So that's it. I hope I was very clear, and I give the word or the floor back to you, Xander.
Thank you very much, Emerick, for your clear and concise explanation. So everybody has access to the task now? No questions? Oh. Emerick will come to your rescue. Please, I'll try to exit it right now, and if you are not able to exit it, tell us, and then we can solve it right now. I see a question coming in from Bruce. Yes.
Why don't you have a huissier de justice to make sure that there's no doubt about the results?
Well, Emerick is the huissier.
He's not an external controller.
Well, I mean, if there is a problem with the results, then
How do you know? How do we know if there's a problem with the results?
He's just as a clarification on the electoral board. The electoral board is the body that manages and executes and verifies all of our internal elections. So they are.
Internal person.
It's an internal person, yes.
You said 2 years ago there were problems with the results.
Yeah.
No, not with the results, with the campaigning.
It was. It was. Yeah.
I heard something different. I heard that there was
No, it was no technical issue.
an issue with fraud.
Yes.
Yeah, so if you have a huissier de justice,
So.
it's an external person like an auditor who makes sure that it's 100% correct. There is no messing around.
Yeah, but the issue of 2 years ago, just
All right, but going forwards,
yeah, sure. But so this is why the systems that we developed are foolproof.
that's not the point. Why do companies need auditors if they can do it themselves? Of course, you have external auditors, you have external controls to make sure there is no doctoring. How do I know that you're not doctoring?
The results have never been results of our internal elections have never been doctored. Just for that to be clear, yeah.
What else are you going to say?
No, because it's the truth, you know. Like, okay. So with that out of the way, can we move on to approving the agenda?
Yes, I wonder though. The next item will be to approve the agenda. Emerick, is the vote already open? Because it's okay. So the vote's scheduled for 10:35. I don't know if it's possible to open it right now.
Yes, it is, but I need to be there. But he doesn't have the link to the GA.
We still have some time, so please check with him. Does everybody also has access to the agenda and all the different documents? Does everybody here also have access to the agenda of the meeting? Yes. And did everybody had access to the several documents which were necessary for the voting?
So just to make clear, through the Tusker platform, which everyone, whether they are following online or here in the room, have access to, you can ask questions via the Google form on Tusker, and then we will get them here. So Xander and I are monitoring the questions via Tusker as they come in, and we will be able to respond to them whenever they come in.
Is there a way we can see the questions coming in?
Yeah, we can show them, but we can also just repeat them when they come in. Yeah.
So did everybody come from far, or do most live here in Brussels? Who live here in Brussels? Show your hand. Okay, that's quite a lot. Who lives in Belgium here? Cool. And who doesn't live in Belgium here? Okay. Oui, c'est bon.
So, can I just say one thing? So the problem was that normally you should be able to vote only via your Volt email address, so that it's clear for everyone. And that's so. But for this time, I will find a technical solution to fix this for you. So don't worry. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Emmerich. Emmerich will now open the vault for the next item, which is approving of the agenda of the current GA. And together with it, we also have a vote for approving the minutes of the previous General Assembly of the 20th of November 2021. If it's correct, everybody received the documents beforehand and was able to see them and analyze and check them. The voting will be open from now on. And it will be open for 5 minutes. The votes are open.
Has everyone been able to vote so far? That's in the room. So the votes will close soon. And we can say that the current agenda has thus been approved by unanimity, and the minutes of the previous GA as well. So there we go, 100%. Thank you, everyone. So we can now proceed with the agenda.
Jerome, the next part, the next item will be about the ASBL finances of last year, 2021, and there will also be an update on the current state of the finances. And Jerome will inform you about all this.
It's working? Okay. Okay, hello everyone, I'm Jérôme, the treasurer. So today we'll go through the finances of 2021, and we'll have we'll have a vote after that to approve them and then discharge the board. And then I'll come back on the 2022 finances, so what has happened the first months, quite a lot to be honest. So the first part, you can move the slide. Yeah, so the part, it's 10 minutes. Huh? So, as you know, everything is transparent since 2020, and we've been putting all the documents, so the balance sheet and the reports and the slides are all available on the main drive in board treasure. You go there and you have all the documents. I've put these slides, so you may see them after. So we have here the balance sheet of 2021. We have modified some stuff, so you may see now that you may know the cash in the bank, how much is in the bank, and that was an idea from Carlo. And then how much we've made or lost based on the income and expenditure. So you may move to the next slide. In terms of income, 2021 was quite a flat year. Most of it was came from membership fees and donation. So we have here a main idea about 6,000 euro. You may move to the next one. We've spent most of it on account stuff, so it means paying the European level, the part of the membership fees, which was 5%, I think. The room rentals, but that's not the full one for the General Assembly. And then some flyers and advertising. So of course there wasn't any events last year. It was quite a dead year, so not much activity. We spent around, I think, 1,000 euros, 1,200. You may move to the next one. So here is the main ID. We have made a little bit more than 6,000, around 1,000 in terms of expenditure. We have now, we had 9,600 in the bank, and we've made an increase of 5,000 that we will have to spend at some point. So we can move to the next slide. So now we may see in 2022 what has happened. So here are the documents. We have only 4 months. We are now sitting at 11,331 euro. So that's quite a lot, to be honest, from what I started. We've received a lot of membership fees since we've changed it in the General Assembly. It was passed into us all the months we were doing it, but now we are taking the membership fees in the beginning of the year, so that's why. And we've spent a lot more in terms of to reimburse last year's spending, some advertising and some General Assembly events. Also, move. Yeah, we have here the expenditure. As you may see, some parts from account, some room rental, so that was the General Assembly, and catering of last year. And some advertising. We've done some Facebook advertising in the middle of 2021 on Facebook. So I know some people have seen it, but we had no result because we didn't put the pixel in place. So pixel is something to get the result, to know how effective was the campaign. And so we didn't put it in place. So we stopped it around in July, I think, or August. So that's a main idea. We spent around there something like 1,000 euro. Okay, you may move. So, and for the income, you may see so this time we have a General Assembly, so we have some income from there. And the membership fees, that's a lot right now, and the donation. So I don't know if this chart is very useful, but yeah, you may know what's happening. Yeah, that's about it. I think the finances are not very interesting these times, but they will be in the future. I will remind everybody to maybe the city leads that you can send me the information and to know whether you can get some funding. Also, we need to get some information about how much percentage of the membership fees that we've received, how much we are going to send to the city leads. I've had Vicky telling me about that we voted for a certain percentage that was a budget for the city leads and to manage how they want it. So that's something that we want to see. I think that's all. Don't forget to vote.
Thank you, Jerome. A technical question? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so there is a budget. It's available in the same folder as I said in the beginning. So it was made last year in November, and it's for 2022. So you have the whole year. And currently we are following quite the budget. So we made more, and we spent a little bit about what we planned, but less on advertising, more on other stuff. So that's, yeah. Another question? Do you mean having some money for the election? Yeah, because it's in 2 years' time. Yeah, that's why we are piling up some money. So that's why we are not using everything. Like we are saying, okay, we are keeping it for when we will really need it, or if we have elections. So the purpose of the board for this, the main idea was to say, okay, we are spending money for growing the movement, or we are keeping it for when there is elections, you know. And so yeah, we've spent it so on advertising and so and events and stuff like that. And each time it was in a logical thinking of saying, how do we grow our movement? How do we get more members? And is this money going to be useful for this purpose? You know. Okay. Anyone else or another question? No, we don't have. I think that's something that the next board will have to think about and determine. And that's also in part of the resources and capabilities. If what we have currently and what we are expecting to have will be enough to how you say that to fund our expenses for the election, you know. So yeah, we spent around I think 9,000 euros in 2019, and most of it was made like 2 months before that, because we at that time, you know, in elections, just right before you do a lot of big fundings and you say, okay, we're making big events and everybody's motivated, and that's where you get like a lot of money. It's not really now, it's just more calm. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I think we can wrap it up.
There are also no questions online. So the votes have opened for the finance item of this GA. That means there are two different votes. One is the approval of the annual accounts of 2021, which Jerome presented just before. And the second vote is about dismissing the current board members of any responsibility of the 2021 accounts. The votes will be open until 12 noon. Any more questions about the voting? Any more questions about the finance still? No? Okay, c'est bon. Then we will go to the next item already, which is the ASBL Internal Rules and Articles of Association. There are several proposed amendments. If I'm correct, everybody received the documents beforehand with the proposed amendments, which is about 9 different proposals. One proposal for the internal rules and procedures, and 8 proposals for the articles of association. Did everybody had the chance to read them? Because we will be voting for them in a bit. And is there any sponsor in the room for one of the proposed amendments that would like to highlight their proposal? Carlo? Yeah?
I would prefer not to, as I'm candidating later on. It should be quite clear. I can link the document for everyone in the Tuscan so that you can read the different ones.
Okay, he will link the documents. Welcome. Welcome, Reinier van Landschot, our co-president of Volt Europe. Hello. So is there any of the Volt Values Board online? You can reach out to us via Tasker. Okay, we will be waiting for Emmerich to come in a bit, and he will open the votes for the internal rules and articles of association. Also, this vote will be open until 12 noon this afternoon. And are there also any questions yet to be asked about the proposals here? If someone's able to answer, maybe Carlo and Manon can answer any questions for the first proposal. No questions, very good. Then we will go to the next item. And the next item is already the ASBL candidates for the executive committee. The votes for the, by the way, the votes for the internal rules we will open in a bit when Emmerich is back. And they will be open until 12 noon, as I said before. So you can just vote during the next item. But we would love to go to the next item, which is the candidates for the executive committee. We have 5 positions in the Volt board, which is the 2 co-presidents, 1 male, 1 female. We will have the treasurer, we will have the secretary, and we will have the 5th executive board member. We have 8 different candidates, 2 per co-president, 2 males, 2 females. We have 1 for the secretary, 2 for the treasurer, and 1 for the 5th. One for the 5th executive board member. I think we would like to introduce them by showing the presentations. Or if the members themselves are here, they can present themselves. And yeah. Can all the candidates come to the board, please, or to the stage? You can come to the stage, I think maybe here, under the DS screen. Look at that. How are you guys?
Great, exciting.
Yeah? Okay. I think maybe it's nice that everybody can present themselves for a little bit, and we'll just go from left to right and just have a short introduction of yourself. Yes? And we'll start with Jerome, and he will be candidate for the treasurer position. Yeah, we can start with treasurer and then we go to
Okay, so hello everyone, I'm Jérôme. So I'm the current treasurer and I'm running for 2 more years, or maybe more if, if we change it for the elections. So I've been a member since 2018, July, before the ASBL was even there. And I joined with the president of another citizen movement. It was very fun, and I've been spending like the last 3.5 years here. So it was quite an adventure. It was very interesting, and I think it's going to be a big thing. So I'm still there and still going. So I'm 23. I'm studying business engineering at HEC Liège. I've been part of some organization, different type of post within Volt. I've been, I think, communication for sometimes. I've been dealing with the accounts, so Instagram. I've been doing the communication, the translation. At some point, I was recruiting people. I've also been the city leads of Liège. We have been organizing some events there, and I've been starting the Eurégio. I don't know if you've heard of it, but the Eurégio is a part in between Belgium, let's say, the Netherlands and Germany, and we wanted to do some cross-border stuff, and so I had a call with Jules. I don't know if he's here now, I don't think. And so Jules is the city lead of Maastricht, and then both cities have elected officials, and we've made like a whole cooperation together, and we tried to make the manifesto, and it's a really good team now. I think like there even dedicated person within the team working on that. So I think we've achieved quite a lot, and I think I'm close to the 2 minutes. I'll leave to Carlo. Thanks a lot.
And then, okay, so this is Jerome for the position of treasurer, and then, oh yes, David, you have a question already.
I have a question to you actually. When would be the appropriate time to ask questions to our candidates?
I think we make short introductions and then we start with the first questions. Okay. Yes? Okay. You can already send in your questions via Tasker if you have them already. And if you prefer, you can ask the question yourself. I will come to you with the microphone. Yeah. So for the position of treasurer, we have two candidates. First is Jerome, and then we go to Martin. We will also shortly introduce himself.
Yeah, thank you for the word. I'm Martin. I'm a member in Volt Belgium since 1 year. So it's been a relatively short time, but it has been quite quick for me to identify with the Volt and the spirit of Volt Belgium. I think the period until 2024 will be one in which we will have to professionalize, as much as we can on all levels. And this includes also the function of treasurer. And there I think I bring a good skill set into the function. I have done an internship in corporate finance. I have some experience in budget and in bookkeeping. And I also have some experience already in board in my student times. I want to explain quickly to every one of you my priorities for the function of a treasurer. I mean, the first thing will be to create a budget for the next 2 years that will allow us, on the one hand, to save money in a way for the hot phase of the campaign, but also we will need to spend, and I think we will need to spend more than has been shown in the budget report you have quite seen now. I think we will need to spend more on outreach, on social media campaigns, and as I see it, my function will be to make sure that the money that is planned in is also spent in the end, because otherwise we will not be able to grow. For fundraising, we have some donators here, which is great, but I think what is lacking a bit are clear targets, what we will do with those donations. I think it has been great to see that we have, we are building up these resources, but as someone who is interested in donating, putting myself into this perspective, I would be not so sure, I would be questioning where is this money going, and I think we need a clear plan for that, and also be transparent towards our donators on what is happening with the money. And lastly, because I think my time is running out, on a more practical point, I would like to implement an automatic membership fee deduction system at the end of the year, because currently we lose a lot of members at the end of the year because of this, and an automatic system would be more convenient for our members, and at the same time make sure we have a steady income for the years to come. So with this, I'm happy to announce my candidacy, and I'm open for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. Then we will have the introductions of the co-presidents for the females, and I will start here with Sarah de Gas, who wants to become a co-president.
Thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Sarah. I'll just give you a brief introduction of me if you don't know me already before getting more into the core of my speech, I guess. So I'm from Liège originally, but I've moved around quite a bit for my studies, and now I'm studying at the European University Institute. I'm studying a Master in Transnational Governance. I joined Volt about 2 years ago and was immediately drawn into the energy and the values that were shared by all its members, and I decided to become policy co-lead and was appointed as policy co-lead. And so with other motivated Volters that are also in the room today, we rebuilt the policy team a bit from scratch. We created new policies that are still up and running now. We appointed facilitators, and all of the policies we created are up and running now and taken over by Bram. Following that, I decided to take a step back a bit from my activities within Volt, and I'm now coming back, not really in the smoothest way by running for the co-presidency, but I'm coming back to Brussels as well for a couple of months for an internship, so I thought this was a way for me to get back into Volt. In terms of what I would like to achieve if I were to be elected as your co-president, obviously we need to turn Volt Belgium fit for elections in 2024, and I think to get there, the 3 key areas that I would want to work on. Firstly, is to build a strong coordination of efforts between the various teams. I think being policy leads before, I know how important it is when you create a policy that then is communicated via our communication channels with the communication lead. So it's just one example out of many where we need to match all our efforts between the various teams to be able to have a strong team spirit. My second point is that we need to create a network of experts. We need experts to inform our policies better, to help us build a political manifesto. We also need to reach out to journalists to gain leverage via the media. So that's my second point, to create a big network. And then my third point is to create a solid political manifesto on which we will campaign on in 2024. We need a clear vision, we need well and informed policies that we're going to share with our Belgium electorate to try and differentiate ourselves as well from the other political parties in Belgium. So yeah, a strong team, a strong political network, and some good political manifesto. I think these are the three key areas I would want to work on. There's one thing I want to mention though and be transparent about is that I will be in Brussels for the next few months, but I have one more year to do in Italy to finish my master's. So it means that I would be if I were to be elected your co-president, I would be in Italy for a year and then coming back afterwards to Brussels. Yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Will you be a member of Volt Italy while you're there?
No, I'll still stay a member of
You
Volt
can't be
Belgium.
both? Find out what's going on down there?
No, I'll be a member of Volt Belgium.
No, but you can't be a member of both.
You can't be a member of both, but you can be, you can of course participate, but you can't be a member of both.
No, but
We are all members of Volt Europe, in
Yes.
general sense. Yeah.
all right, so will you be active with Volt Italy to find out what they are doing, how they're doing things?
I think I'd rather focus just on Volt Belgium.
So Volt is not a European.
You can ask a question afterwards. First, let's introduce Joanna first.
So hello everyone, and thank you for having the candidates present themselves, and again a warm welcome to us joining here from all parts of Belgium, and of course of those online. So my name is Joanna, and I'm the current Brussels co-lead, together with David Scherer here. And I'm a Brussels native and European by heart. I'm a political scientist, so I have a master's in European affairs and a master's in public policy. But I not only want to work on politics, I want to make politics. And I believe we all want to do it here. And so for the next 2 years, we will have a challenging road facing ahead. We have a bunch of elections coming up in 2024 at all levels here in Belgium, but also at the European level. And as a candidate for the co-presidency, I have shared with you already my Road to 24 vision, which is based on 3 points. How do we enhance our visibility, our credibility, and lastly, our electability? But before we get there in 2024, I see 3 main priorities that we need to work on to reach where we want to be in 2024. The first one is we have to revamp our internal and external communication. That means how do we communicate among us? How can we make the workflows efficient? And externally, how do we present ourselves to the media? We need an effective communication strategy. The second point, which lies also very close to my heart, is to make politics attractive to all. This means diversifying our membership. And I know this is a complicated task. That's why I will focus, if elected as your next co-president, on getting the gender balance more balanced. I think we actively need to engage more women in politics, and this is something that all parties across all boards need to do. And my third point is to enhance cooperation with other European chapters. We can learn immensely from them, and I think we've already been working with Volt Portugal here. We're working currently with Volt France. So we can learn from that and hopefully by 2024 have acquired their previous knowledge. So as a co-president, the role is to be the face of the party. And I believe I fulfill some of the personal qualities. So I am a listener, a good listener. I like to engage as much as possible, as many people in the process as possible. I am a team leader, but also a team player. And of course, you need to have this vision. So I have shared with you my vision, and I'm happy to answer more about it in the Q&A. But I wanted to say that if you entrust me with these responsibilities over the next 2 years, then I hope that together we can reach where we want to be in 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Johanna, and thank you very much, Sarah, for being the candidates for female co-president. And I would like to continue to an introduction of Carlo and Jordi for the male president, the co-president for the male part for Belgium. Here's Carlo.
Dear voters, dear friends, it's a great pleasure standing here in front of you. I joined in 2019 as a member, and I was excited to get on a journey with all of you. A little bit about myself. I was born in Brussels to Germany, Italian parents, but by nurture I'm European. I've gone to European schools and later continued my interest in society by studying social sciences and political communication on exactly these grounds, the VUB campus. So I joined in 2019 as a member, but I've soon found my passion in actually helping and working on our common project, a European Union, but that is more federalized, that is more cooperating, that works across borders. I have been busy by working as a community lead from 2020 to 2022, together with Diana, my dear co-lead, but also as a Secretary General together with Manon Michon. We have been increasing our membership by double-fold, if not even threefold, and I wish to continue that. So coming to my priorities over the next 2 years, what I want to do as your co-president, as a co-president of the Executive Committee. We want to be, of course, electable in 2024. We need to make sure that our policy team has a seat on the table and then decides together with us and together with our data analysts where we have the best chances to win. We want to make sure that where we run, we are also electable and we don't waste our resources, but instead efficiently use them together with a strong program. I want to work on the community. I'm a very good listener. I love to engage with people. I love to onboard new people as well. And we've been growing already in gender balance, however, not sufficiently. I want to make sure that by the end of this year, we reach at least 30% women percentage or diverse, and even increase that further next year. And by the end of 2024, have at least 40% women in our party. We also need to grow in terms of numbers. We need to make sure that by the time we run for elections, we have a sufficient critical mass of members that can support us in the streets. My background in political communications is, of course, of a great relevance. We need to make sure that we communicate outside. We need to make sure that we communicate outside of our party, not stay in our European bubble, but we need to make sure that we engage with citizens, with voters, and actually get those votes, those numbers. We need to work, of course, on our advertisement budget. I think we actually need to spend it. So let's not work on little bits, but we need to make sure that we get competitive in social media advertisement, like the other parties. My second last point is professionalization. We need to make sure that we get people working full-time for Volt. That means we need to reach at least 50,000 euros by the end of the year through fundraising. We need to go and reach out to our donors, but also make sure that we reach out to companies and find out other ways to get the money in. By next year, we should have at least 2 people so that we can have a strong professional team working for us. Lastly, pan-European. We need to make sure that we travel and talk to our colleagues across Europe. We need to make sure that we learn from the successes in the Netherlands, in Germany, and make sure that we can reproduce those successes here. So that's for now my priorities. I hope that you can trust me with your vote. I wish to continue the grade that I have dedicated already to Volt until now, and want to continue it as your male co-president. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carlo. And Jordi, here you are.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Jordi, the current co-president of Volt Belgium, and I'm running for a second term as for co-president for Volt Belgium. I see a lot of you people that I recognize, a lot of new faces as well, so I'm very glad to see a lot of anciens and a lot of new members. I'm one of the anciens. I'm here sticking around almost 5 years, since the end of 2018. I joined right after the local elections in Belgium. I have been doing quite a lot of things. I have been doing communications, then Bram helped me out with social media at that time. I have been city lead in Brussels together with Kim. I have been co-president together with Olivia, which was a great experience for the past 2 years. So I have quite a lot of experience in Volt. And we did quite a lot of things in the past 2 years, but of course there's a lot more to do. And I'm really hoping and I'm really wishing that everyone will vote, of course, for me, so I can take up the job for the next 2 years and be the architect for Volt Belgium. So be the architect with the board that we can draw our lines towards the elections of 2024. Because those elections will be crucial because we want and we really really want to have people elected in 2024. And to have people elected in 2024, for me, there are 4 priorities. The first priority is fundraising. Fundraising will be crucial because we need to hire people, full-time staff members, to bring us forward. We saw it in the Netherlands. In the Netherlands, they hired 3 people, and which was an immense boost for them to be able to get people elected. So for me personally, I think we should have at least 1 person hired before the end of this year and 3 people before the end of next year, to have like a team of staff members which can help us go towards the elections in 2024. The second priority is media coverage. As a small party, I know from experience in the past years, it's very difficult to get track of the journalists, to talk about us, to write articles about us. It's very hard as a small party, but there are definitely possibilities, for example, with projects with other local parties, where we can come in the media, where people can see us, and where we can put our branding in the media. That will be very important, very crucial for us, so people see us, and we are visible in the media, and people vote for us. The third priority is you, because actually, at the end, when we are campaigning, it's all about you and about us. Because you, all of us, we will be on the streets campaigning to get people to elect us. And of course, I know from experience also in the past when you campaigned in 2019 that not all of you will probably be confident to stand there on the street and to just randomly speak to people and to convince them to vote for us. It's not easy. I understand that. But therefore, I think the board should provide trainings, coaching sessions for all of you, so you would feel confident, you would stand there on the street and really be proud as a voter and really spread the message and convince people to vote for us. Last priority is cooperation. With the current board, we already made some small steps. We already had some conversations with other local parties like Leef, and people are interested in us. So people see that we are growing, people see that we are becoming a mature party. They see, of course, also our electoral success in the Netherlands, in Germany. They see we get people elected in national parliaments, local parliaments. So they know, like, okay, Volt is something we have to take into account. We have to take them serious. And that is a card we can play and a card we should play to see with who we can cooperate and where we can possibly have corporations for example, the local elections in 2024. Because 2024 is not only the European elections, it's all the elections in Belgium. It's federal, regional, provincial, the communes. All the elections are in 2024. So it will be a very crucial year. And so, voilà. So those are my 4 key priorities. My personal, so what will I bring in? That's my personal experience, my maturity, I think. I'm a project lead in IT, so I have quite some experience with leading teams and leading projects. And last but not least, of course, Volt is something that's, it's a passion of me. It's already a passion for more than 4 years. And so I really hope that I can continue within the board and to play a role for all of you, and voilà. So that's it.
Thank you, Jordi and Carlo. Also, I want to say the votes for the internal rules and articles of association, the votes are open on Tasker, and you can vote until 1 p.m. So it's 1 hour longer. So take your time. You can vote whenever you want on the Tasker. And then I would like to introduce to you Manon Michon, the candidate for the secretary position of the executive board of Volt Belgium.
Thank you, Xander. My name is Manon. I'm 26 years old. I come from the Netherlands, near Maastricht, which is where I initially joined Volt. Because I'm currently living in Liège, I joined the Volt NL expats. I got to know Volt from this perspective. And slowly but surely, they convinced me to become engaged on a local level. They started to look, and there was not really much of a team in Liège. And then Carlo reached out to me and said, "Hey, do you wanna help me? Do you want to become Secretary General?" And of course, I said yes. I joined Volt Belgium, and since January, I have enjoyed my time as a Secretary General. I've engaged with many members. I've got to know many members today. I've even met new members that I have not met yet in real life. So that's really great to see. What I enjoyed most during my time is engaging with staff, supporting them with the tools that they need. And I believe that we not only need to listen to our staff. What do you need to thrive within Volt Belgium? Do you need more members? Do you have any vacancies that we can put out? but also to our members themselves. There was already, as Emeric mentioned, some discussion before the elections. I would like to hold very regular discussion meetings online. Once a month, get together with all of the members, what is on their mind, right? It's very easy for a board to get lost in all of the organizational things, in all of the stuff, but not listen very much to members only on these kinds of events. So I really want to listen to our members because they honestly, they come first. And then, as a Dutch person who's been living in Belgium for quite a long time, I know how important European cooperation is. Right? I was stuck on this side of the border, not being able to go to my parents 30 kilometers north of me during the COVID times. Why does a COVID stop at the border? I don't know. But I think this kind of cooperation should have been on a European level. And I think within Volt we can learn a lot from other member parties. We can work together with Volt Europe to coordinate. Because honestly, the road that we are going to walk to 2024, the Netherlands and Germany have walked this before, and many other parties as well. And the European elections, we are not doing these alone, right? I mean, in Germany, they're going to the European elections. The Netherlands are going to the same European elections. France are going to these elections. So I believe we should listen to our members, work more together. And what I would also like to add to the board as well is I'm very practical, organizational. I'm like, okay, let's get together. When are you available? When are you available? What is said in this meeting? Let's do this. So I'm very excited to present myself as candidate for secretary position, and I hope you entrust me with this for the next 2 years.
Amazing, thank you very much, Manon. Sadly, our fifth executive board member, the candidate for the fifth executive board member, wasn't able to come here physically, but we have a nice video of François.
Hello, dear Volters. My name is François. I'm currently running for the fifth board member position, and I wanted to make this video to quickly introduce myself to you and tell you what I want to bring to the party as fifth board member. So, I'm from Brussels. I'm French-Brazilian, born in Asia, and having lived all around the world. I'm fluent in English, French, and Portuguese, and I can speak a few other European languages as well. I was formally trained in international relations and in biochemistry. Professionally, I was the founder and CEO of a circular economy startup combining recycling and agribusiness for the past 6 years. And I also participated in the creation of a lobbying group here in Brussels in 2014 that legalized the use of insect proteins as a feed ingredient for fish here in Europe in 2017, and more recently, chickens and pigs. Today, I teach global environmental politics at the European Communication School in Brussels. And it's because of this background in environmental issues that I decided to take political action. Volters, as you probably know, we are currently entering the 6th mass extinction event in life's history. The environmental crisis is the biggest crisis we're facing today. So let me give you an image. Think of a large cruise ship crossing the Atlantic at night. COVID is a nasty flu that is spreading in the boat, but only killing 2 out of every 1,000 passengers. Still a lot, but it's not an existential threat. Besides, now the virus has mutated and it's less lethal and life is going back to normal. Putin, well, he's a mad terrorist, locked in one of the presidential suites, trying to put the curtains on fire, but by now I believe, for many reasons, he will fail. But what about the environmental crisis? Well, the environmental crisis is the massive iceberg laying ahead of us that we will be crashing into if we don't fix our course. And we cannot get distracted by COVID or by Putin. We need to put all our efforts in steering our country's economy away from that collision course. And I believe we can lead the way in doing that here in Belgium. I believe we can move the needle with local actions here in Belgium. So my goal, if I'm elected 5th board member of the board, is to ensure that Volt manifests its pragmatic, federalist, and green values here in Belgium. My goal is to help Volt get to the next level when it comes to environmental politics. We need to show that Volt is the environmental movement that understands that nuclear and soon fusion are indispensable for moving away from fossil fuels, thus diminishing our CO2 footprint, and our dependency on countries such as Russia, Saudi Arabia, and now the US, while keeping our economy competitive and alive. We need to show that Volt is the movement that understands that smart business, smart technology, and smart fiscal policies are our best weapons in our battle towards sustainability, the safeguard of democracy, equality of opportunity, and the welfare of future generations. We need to show that Volt knows what it's talking about, knows what to do, and is here to stay. Practically speaking, as 5th board member, I will actively start an amendment process of our current climate and environmental policy that is currently lacking on so many levels, while keeping the board as well as our members informed of these changes and why they need to be made. I will guarantee that our climate and environmental policy is fully integrated in our education and economic renaissance strategies, as you can't have an economic renaissance that is not designed to be in harmony with nature, and you cannot build a sustainable country with a population that is completely disconnected from nature and trapped in the virtual world. Lastly, as a French speaker, I will personally take part in the efforts to promote our movement in Wallonia, starting in Louvain-la-Neuve and in Liège, betting that our edge on environmental issues, dynamic entrepreneurship, social justice, and inclusiveness will get the attention and trust of the Wallonian electorate. So my call for action today is quite simple. If you want Volt to become a force for change here in Belgium, if you want our board to have the edge on environmental issues that no other party in Belgium has today, and if you want our board to be supported by someone who is passionate and has some practical experience, giving it a fighting chance to get our names on the ballots in 2024, then on April 23rd, vote for me as your next 5th board member. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody. Now we will go to the Q&A, and we will do it per position. We will start with the co-presidents. So if all the co-presidents can stay on the stage and the others can be ready off the stage. So first of all, I'm going to start with a question that we have online, because Vicky Verbiest is not here, right? No. So from the Antwerp team, they have a question to all the president candidates, and they ask, how do you see your role as president in supporting and expanding the local teams?
How long do we have?
As much as you want.
I'll keep it short then.
If it's going to be very long, I'm going to cut it off, but you have time.
Right. I see my role as a co-president of Volt Belgium, as a facilitator also on the local level. As a community lead, I have been busy together with Diana to work on expansion. We have reached out to various members that we knew across Belgium and set up small teams, and also revitalizing different teams really. So Volt Antwerpen, I see them as a very crucial point. I admire the ambitions that they had in the past, such as running in 2018 for the local elections, but also the ambition to set up and have a strong program in 2024 for the coming elections. I see them as having a very strong voice to be given on the table. I want to include them in all the decisions as an advisory body, so that it not only includes Volt Antwerpen, but also Volt Brussels, and also Volt Liège that we want to set up, and also Volt Charleroi, Ghent, etc. I think our strength lies in our community work. On the local level, we always say, think European, but we must act locally. So that's my answer.
Okay, thank you very much. So the question was, how do you see your role as a president in supporting and expanding the local teams? There was a second part of the question. It was, how do you see the role of the local teams in the upcoming 2 years under your term? Do you have anything to add to that? I think you already said a bit.
Well, pretty much already said that. I think as part of the provincial committee will be very vital to define our path in the next 2 years. So what is necessary is that there will be regularly meetings between the executive committee, so us board members, as well together with the provincial committees. So regular meetings, that's what we need, working on some action points and also execute them. We don't only want wish lists, we also want actionable items that we need to do.
Thank you very much. Okay, Sarah, how do you see your role as a president for the local teams, and what role does the local teams have under your term?
Thank you. Well, I think that the local chapters are pillars of Volt because we want to do grassroots politics and it starts by our local chapters. And I think as a co-president, you need to show guidance, you need to show support and also be an ambassador for them. And so you need to be able to translate with them what is the vision of Volt so that they can also share that with their key members in all of their specific regions. I think another key point is providing a sort of retro planning strategy for them. Right, if you want to get elected in 2024, how many signatures do you need? What about your political standpoint? And sort of key points, all of the priorities that you need to achieve to be able to then be elected. In Antwerp, in Brussels, in Liège as well. I think now the part in Wallonia is less important and has been less active than the ones in Flanders in Belgium. So it's important now to focus on Wallonia as a whole and then start dividing it into smaller chapters when we have enough members within it. I think those are some of my key points, yeah.
Awesome, thank you. Johanna, do you want to slide on it?
Yes, so first of all, thank you to the Antwerp team for this question. And as the co-lead for Brussels myself, I know the importance of local teams. I've shared it also with you in the vision, the Road to 24 vision, that local teams are the beating heart of our party, right? We do politics here at the most humane level, and it goes through the local teams at first. So instead of going top down, we have to work bottom up, right? So that people in the cities, for now it's Antwerp and Brussels, soon I hope Liège, Ghent, or maybe, you know, Mons in a few months' time, if we are lucky. We need people to come together at the local level. They will meet up, they will get the feeling of what is the policy direction, what is the policy going on in their city. And I think this is the most important part of our party. We can give guidance at the national level, but what is done practically is set up at the local level. And so if you elect me as a co-president, then I will make sure that this impetus not only comes from the board, but also from the members themselves. And I have met a lot of people here as a co-lead in Brussels coming up with great ideas on communication, on events. And this is, I think, for the potential of Volt. So very important to develop that. Thank you.
As I said in my priorities, the local teams are crucial. So what I said, so my third priority was about the members. So I think because the members are the people that will drive us as a party. The members are the people that are on the streets, that are campaigning. So for me, it is crucial that the local teams strive, become bigger. And they are the people, they are the teams that will campaign for us. And therefore, as a board, structurally, I want to provide them trainings and coaching. So they, as a team, have all the confidence, all the capacity, everything they need to be able to campaign. So local teams are crucial, are the people that will make the difference for us. On another level, indeed, the provincial committee is also, because as a board, as an executive committee, to be correct, you're only with 5 people. With 5 people, of course, if a lot of local teams exist, it's very difficult to keep track of everything that happens in all the local teams. But for that reason, we have the provincial committee. And for the provincial committee, I'm actually very happy that today the Antwerp team brought a candidate forward. So they had an election within the Antwerp team. They elected a candidate for the provincial committee, and this candidate is also later up today for election, for confirmation of the General Assembly, to become the first member of the provincial committee. And the provincial committee, as soon as it exists, will play indeed a very crucial role to be representatives for all the provinces, to make sure that all the local teams are heard within the board. And so within the board, what we indeed have to do as executive committee is to have them within us, so that we as executive committee make sure that all the people from the provincial committee are included in all the team meetings, everything we do on the level of executive committee, because together we are the board of Volt Belgium, not only the executive committee, but also the people from the different provinces. So they will also play a crucial role, also in the strategy, in making the strategy of the party, in voting on the strategy of the party. So all the people from the provinces that will be elected in the next months and years will also play a crucial role. So for me, the local teams are extremely important.
Thank you very much. So, are there any questions here in the room for our co-president candidates? I'll start with Andre because that's a little bit closer to me. There you are.
Okay, Jordi, you were saying that you were hoping to get full members on staff on board by hiring people. That's going to cost a lot of money. A full-time employee at least is 40,000 euros a year. If you need 3 of them, well, you can do the math. How are you going to get that money?
But I think the money needs to come from donations. But the thing is, with donations, you need to put a function on it to the people to pay something. Because I think what will make a difference, because we tried to do donations in the past, and we have some donations, we have like 2,000, 3,000 euro donations, which is not enough, which is definitely a very small amount compared to what you need to hire someone, that's true. But my idea is to start fundraising campaigns where we put a goal. We tell the people, like, look, with the money that you will donate, we will hire someone, and this person will play this role in the party and will make a difference for the party. And when you tell the people that you have a goal with the money, you are transparent about what you are going to do with the money, then it will be easier for people to convince them to donate for us. And then those donations can go in different forms. We can organize donation events where we can look in the circle, like around the European Charter. We can look in the circles there, like people that are interested in Volt and are willing to give us money. We can also look broader. So I think there are different possibilities. But for me, the crucial point is to make the people aware that what we are going to use the money for. That it's not just them giving us money for some reason that they don't know, but them giving money because we want to hire someone who will make us much bigger as a party and who can help us for electoral success in 2024.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have to add something to this subject? No? Yes? Yeah, okay, sure.
It's a great question, Andre. Thank you for asking that. Fundraising is super important, and it's out of my mind that we haven't done so properly in the last 2 years. Yes, there were donations, but they were very passively by the sole virtue of friendliness from our members towards the party. What we need to do as a board is actually reach out to our donors, those ones that currently exist, but also that have not learned about Volt yet. So what we need to do is reach out to companies as well and find out the best ways to attract them. We need to actually, as a board, find out what is legally possible, and that we haven't done so is not an excuse, that we need to do it today, the next week, so that we can start reaching out to those companies who have way more money than us individuals, and then actually also be ready to pay the staff that we have. So 50,000 euros can be easily done if you have 100 donors, but it's way easier if you have 20 companies that want to donate a little bit more.
Thank you. Yes, of course.
I very much join Jordi and Carlo in terms of their explanation. One idea that was brought to the table a couple of years ago and that I want to bring back is a form of fundraising under sponsor policy. Someone would come up with an idea that aligns with Volt values and would say, I would love to see this in your political manifesto, but I don't have the time and the energy to put in it. So instead of that, I will donate a form of money. And then within the policy team, within the board, we make sure that we start developing that policies. Obviously, we don't want it to be turned into a lobbying forum or that they're going to impose their ideas on us. We're going to make sure that it aligns with Volt values. So it could be something like citizenship education. This is something that passionates me. I cannot work on it, but I will sponsor it for you to develop that policy. And then we make sure that we put those funds into positions of people that will then work on these following policies. Do you want to add a point?
Yes, so to all what was said already, which I fully agree with, I would add also the point that before we even put in place a fundraising strategy, we have to look at ourselves and be like, to what extent are we credible? And I think this goes a lot through revamping our media strategy. We have to be more visible on social media and also give people the attraction to be part of the movement, be it as a member or just as a sponsor. And I think we have to work on two levels, have the fundraising strategy, but also work on us and how can we attract people, are our policies communicated in the right way? So I think it's a whole package that we will have to put forward for the next 2 years.
Thank you very much. Andre, is your question answered? Yeah, probably? Okay. So on our digital fora, we got some comments. Also, people are saying like, oh, we can also hire interns maybe. That's cheaper than FTAs. What do you think, like, are there possibilities to have interns and possibly have them to be guided very closely? Does anyone have to say something about this? Carlo first.
Yes. So I can actually speak out of my own experience. I have been an intern for Volt Belgium back in 2021. Thanks also to Jordi and Olivia for following up on me with that. I was busy doing the communications. What has struck me, however, was that there was little guidance in the practicalities, actually. So what we need is, yes, we need interns. They're cheaper, but you also need the staff that supports them and the people that follow up with them. We cannot give someone the impression that they can come to Volt Belgium and learn as an intern if there's not much to learn. I had the benefit that I was a member before already, but that's not always guaranteed for future interns. We do have one intern starting tomorrow, and I personally committed to following up to that person, but that requires a lot of time. Can we all give that time? Do we all have the possibility to do that? Not everyone does. So we need to make sure that we have first the people in place that can give that time, at least 20 hours a week, and then also we can find and look out for interns.
As Carlo indeed said, Carlo himself was an intern of Volt Belgium under me and Olivia. He was our first intern, and of course he already knew a lot of Volt, so it was quite easy to have him as an intern. And indeed, this year we hired a second intern, so Noor is our second intern that starts tomorrow. So there we indeed look at people within an internship in Volt. So that's indeed also one of the possibilities. But I think there are quite a lot of possibilities to hire staff. It's not only about hiring full-time staff. You can also look at interns indeed, or for looking at project basis. You can also create projects within the teams and then put money on the projects to find people to basically execute the project. So there are a lot of different possibilities, I think, to spend money on a wise thing, to see how you can have the best return on your investment.
So when we talk about internship, we always have to define, do we mean long-term, so 6 months, 5 months paid internship? I mean, for the time being, I think this is quite complicated. We can remunerate maybe, with a couple of €100 an intern, but this intern has to be also financially viable. And for example, if he or she needs to come to a certain city, in the case that we have many in-person events, we have to make sure that the finance are there as well. But I think what we can definitely do is to hire maybe interns for a short time, maybe a month's time, or maybe even 2-3 weeks. And I especially think of young people, so people that are 16, starting from 16. And I think if we want to engage more the youth, which in 2 years' time from now, if they're 16 today, they will be able to vote. And I think they have so many ideas, and they would be super happy to look into what a party looks like. And I personally had also some conversations with maybe soon to be member, and he was still 14 at the time we called, and he was so much into politics. And I told him, look, I'm sorry, but for now in Volt Europe, we normally hire interns only that are already pursuing their bachelor's or master's. And this made me think and sparked an idea, like why not over summer have young people helping us on maybe organizing events or just bringing in their ideas. And I think this is a way we can have interns at Volt Belgium.
I think a lot of good points have been said, so I'm going to try and keep it very brief. I think we need to ensure that we know the difference between what a volunteer is, what we expect from an intern, and what we expect from a full-time hired staff. And coming back to the point of Jordi, if we were to be having interns, we need to understand how much time we will actually have to put in guiding and structuring what this internship would be, and then the return from the person to ensure that in the end we're not going to end up losing more time having to structure and provide guidance to the person than what this person will actually be able to do. And so we need to ensure that we have some strict requirements in terms of how much the intern might know about Volt or might know about politics, or the competence that he or she might have in order to bring value to the investment that we're going to be making.
Thank you very much. We had some questions regarding this topic from the audience. We have Emmerich.
Yes. Hi. I have actually specific questions to two candidates, Joanna and Carlo. So you're currently incumbent Secretary General and Brussels lead, and how do you see if you are elected to deal with this vacancy that is created?
Thank you for the question, Emmerich. I knew it would come. So it's a very relevant question, actually, but I have a good solution to it. The Secretary Generals are under the guidance of the board, the Executive Committee and the Provincial Committee. So what functioning Secretary Generals can only function if there's also a functioning board. Well, there haven't been much functioning in the last 2 years. There have been a lot of lackings, a lot of challenges. So I see myself as a duty to actually step up and make that happening. A lot of the duties that the Secretary Generals do are actually delegated from the board to the Secretary General. So whether I would be Secretary General or I would be a board member, I would have to do it regardless. However, it is very important that we then find also replacements so that we can further divide and specialize into our duties. We, however, also need to further define what Secretary Generals actually do, because unfortunately it has been not very clear in the last 2 years, which caused a lot of frustration. So hopefully we can figure out what exactly the job descriptions are of the Secretary General, of also the practical details that the Secretary General can do. I think my experience as a Secretary General, together also with Manon, who is going for Secretary, we can then find the appropriate candidates for the Secretary General position. Thank you.
Thank you. And
yes, indeed, a crucial question. And if I think Carlo or I were elected president, of course we will have to leave our seat in our current role. In the case of Brussels, well, I mean, we're always lucky to have co-leads, so already the role would be filled at least at 50%. And I'm happy to share that together with David, over the last months, we've created also a social media team, which Xander is also part of and greatly helps us in organizing the events and communicating from them. So in a certain way, we have already got the ball running in Brussels. And well, let's evacuate.
Okay, if everybody can take a seat again, we will continue our General Assembly. Okay, so first a general remark. Online, we got some comments that not everybody was loud enough in their microphone. So please make sure when you talk to speak into the microphone. All right? So did you want to finish?
Okay, so just to conclude with what I was saying before the fire alarm went off, we have got the ball running here in Brussels, and I don't think this will be a big challenge to find someone else to take over the role of co-lead, and I'm happy to see members coming forward and taking up that exciting role.
Okay, thank you very much. Was the answer sufficient? Yes, very good. So we had a few hands in the air. I thought David actually had a question about the intern part. No? Oh, it's a new question. Then we'll just go to the new question.
It's slightly related. Thank you. Thanks to all the candidates for your nice presentations. I'm looking forward to see what happens with votes under any of your leads. I've heard a lot about social media strategies, about outreach, about being more present, being more open. And it's very good, and also hiring people. But when I look at the website, I see, and I've seen for quite some time, that there are a lot of functions still open. There's communications lead, there's events lead, there's policy lead, there's a social media coordinator, there's a public relations coordinator. We still need to find all these people. So would, under your presidency, would filling these vacancies be your priority? And if yes, how would you concretely go about to find, incentivize, and encourage people to fill up these roles? And maybe as a little extra question, how would you handle it when a certain position is filled, but then the person who is in charge of that position disappears or becomes unresponsive or doesn't take up their function? Thank you.
So who wants to answer? Try to make it
You're very right. There are a lot of positions open. Some positions have been difficult for quite some time. Like communications lead is a position that has been vacant for a while. We had some people filling it in, but then disappearing again. Concerning if people are not active, we actually have something in place in our statutes where the executive committee can fire someone from their position, basically. So normally the secretary generals, they are responsible to find candidates, they will propose them, there will be a confirmation vote then for the candidate, so that's what you all vote upon on a confirmation vote then for the candidate for this functional team lead position. But if someone would completely be invisible, not doing their job, there is something in place where the executive committee can indeed release someone from their duties and ask to find someone else. So that is a possibility indeed. Now, from communications, I feel that we are struggling already for 4 years. I have been communications lead in the past, but then we were with 3 people, and actually I was the only one that was active of all those people then. And I think that position is one where we need to find paid staff, because this is something that will be crucial, because you want to have someone make a communication strategy and having you out there on your social media. As an executive committee, you can't do everything. I mean, you can have something in your portfolio and follow things up, but of course you can't follow up on all the teams. So it's very crucial that, like for communications, I would say we have to hire someone to make sure that they are paid for what they are supposed to do, so we can also take them accountable for what they are doing or not doing. Concerning other lead positions, I think events like a General Assembly are very crucial in that, because physical events, like also in the past before Corona, that were the moments where we could talk to people and convince them to take up some role within the party. Of course, with the past 2 years, when everything was online, it's very difficult to speak to people face to face, because online you're not convincing people to do something. If you talk to someone like face to face, you say like, hey, how are you, and this and that, and what are your interests? And then it's easier to convince someone to take up a role in the party. So I would say we also have to make more big events and also talk to people and convince them to take up a role. Yeah, so that are my short input then.
Anyone else? You can take the microphone.
Okay, so we break the cycle of male, female, which is, I think, what we strive to. So, no, definitely filling the void positions at national level are a key priority that the next board will have to implement. But at the same time, I think that we have, again, to review the strategy of how we do it. I think everything for everyone here has started in the onboarding process, where we're introduced to Volt Belgium, to the different local teams, if applicable. And then we were immediately asked, okay, what do you want to contribute? And I think we have to see this the other way around. Let the members speak about them. And we say, oh, I think, well, maybe you will fit good in a role of community lead or communication or maybe events or fundraising. And I think if we maybe have another approach to this process, we might be a bit more effective and also engaging members actively. At the same time, I think it's scary, definitely, for people to step up and say, okay, I'm now in charge of the communication at the national level. So, you know, the board says, okay, we need someone, okay, here, you're appointed, great, thanks. And now what do? Yeah, just communicate. No, this is not the way we have to communicate, I think, among us before. We have to guide the people that are willing to step up and take this responsibility, and why not start at the local level? If people have an experience at communicating in Antwerpen or in Brussels, they maybe also feel more confident and more equipped to do it than at the national level. And of course, I can't stress it enough, but we have to work with our colleagues across of Europe. We have an European social media team or a media relations group, and they regularly post, for example, press release. Why don't we use these resources as well? So we can work on many points on how not only to fill the vacancies, but also on how to change our communication strategy. And to your second question, David, to what to do in the case that the member goes invisible. Well, that happens, unfortunately, and we cannot blame anyone for not committing anymore. And since it's voluntary work, what we all do here, and it's incredible to see that first we are all reunited on a Saturday for the whole day together. This is always something that is that we should, that we should never forget. But in the case that happens, then we have to find. Then we have to use the mechanisms, so you've pointed at some of them, but I think also dialogue is very important. To talk to the leads, if leads or whatever role it may be, ask, okay, what is it? Why can't you engage anymore? And then from that point, find a solution. If the solution is to quit the function and maybe have it void, but at least we know it's void, then why not take this path? So I think we have to go much more human about this issue as well.
Thank you. I think the ability of a leader is seen on how they're able to motivate and inspire people from their team to follow on with their project. And I think that's the role of the co-president as well, is to inspire and motivate others to step up in their activism and to do that both within Volt and within its members in Volt, but also outside. And so we need to combine by both advertising positions outside on social medias and channels, and then also within Volt itself with its members. Try and understand each member and their competences, the time that they have, and reach out to them and be like, hey, I think you're really competent into this. Why don't you try and take on to that responsibility? Because sometimes people need the push to actually be like, okay, yeah, it's true. I might be able to do this. And then also in terms of the onboarding, I think it's important whenever new members join to make them aware that there are these positions that are available. And even if they're very new to the party, we're still very sure that they can do a great deal of job by taking on those positions.
I think, speaking out of experience, there are a lot of barriers to become a leader, but not only a leader on the national level, but also a functional lead. So, for instance, we have a very complicated way of onboarding a new functional lead. For instance, you first have to apply, you then have to be confirmed through a vote from the General Assembly, and all of that can take weeks, if not even months. So that is a big barrier, and that's why I wanted to introduce a change to the internal regulations, to change it to a vote of the Executive Committee, so that the Executive Committee can take ownership of who they're onboarding as a functional lead, and also taking ownership in discharging them when they're not active anymore. But that not only applies to functional leads, but also members of the executive committee. It's not unusual that also members in the executive committee go away, that become inactive, and that's not an excuse for the executive to having, not to act. They need to act, making sure that they find a good replacement, and they don't wait 2 years until the next General Assembly, until there's a next vote. So that is something that I want to do. I'm also having a good track record in inspiring people and also in motivating to become a functional lead. So for instance, with Diana, I had a nice chat with her like about 2 years ago over a beer, and she was so excited. She became community lead and she really loved it. And the same thing also with Manon Michon. She was in the Dutch team, and I started joking like, hey, it would be funny if you become a member of Volt Belgium and become my co-secretary general. So in that regards, I think there will be a lot of opportunities that I'll be happy to be in charge of. Thank you.
Thank you all for your answers. I will go all the way up because I think I saw a question here from Nadia. That's your name, right? All right.
Hey, first of all, I just want to say I'm very grateful that you guys are up for doing this work. It's not easy. I mean, you have other things to be doing this Saturday, so just gratitude. I have 2 questions. The first has to do with tools and third-party services. My question is, how do you plan to move us away from a technical infrastructure which puts money into the hands of companies that undermine democracy? So workspaces on Meta, Google Drive, etc. And the second is if you reflect on the makeup of your social graph and your social capital in different communities, where would you say it's strongest, each of you?
You can answer it, I guess.
I will give you the microphone, candidates, but please make your answer shorter. All right? So who wants to first answer this question?
Great, so thank you, Nadia, for the question. And yes, there are ways to move away from Workplace and Google Drive. And I know you have many great ideas because we had already a talk about that. And I think if we come and sit together and say, okay, what can we do, what is feasibly to do from a budget-wise, and are members okay to migrate from a platform to the other, then why not? And I think this is also one of the points that we need to work on. I think for now in Belgium, what we use is WhatsApp, which is very practical and quick messaging, but you cannot pin messages like on Telegram, for instance. Not saying that we need to go to Telegram, but you cannot share documents as easily, as conveniently as on Workplace, on the Google Drive. So can we find a platform that maybe combines all of this and that is also, user-friendly? So this is the one point. And then relating to your second question, where is the greatest, where does the greatest social capital of our members lie? I think we cannot just point at one expertise. Everyone here comes with a different background, different ideas, and different experiences. And I think the potential that we have is great. We just need to unleash it even more. And it is by communicating with the members, everyone, to tell us what they're passionate about, what they can do also. For example, we can do this very effectively in the first contact. This is in the onboarding process. We can find out more about what everyone can contribute to the party.
Very short answer to the first question. I would say Country Council plus European Board and Secretary General, so with Reinier and Leping as well. The question about Workplace has actually already been tabled in the Country Council. I think 1 or 2 years ago we already had a discussion about Volt Team and about Workplace, where we talked about replacing and changing those things. I think it's still on the table, but European Tech Team has, the priorities are basically decided with the European Board. But of course with the Country Council, so we as a national board, we also have representatives in the county council. So 2 people from the 5 people that you will elect will also be in the county council. We can also table things that we find important for our national chapter. So it's definitely possible for you also as a member to say something like, yeah, I want to discuss about this, and we as a board can also discuss about that within our national chapter and then table it on the county council and discuss it with the European board. For the second part, I think I agree with Johanna to keep it short, I won't add anything now. But if you want, we can definitely discuss later as well.
Thank you. To keep it short as well, I want to answer the first question because I think they did it brilliantly. Maybe for the second question, what's always inspired me is the fact that here in Belgium, we're a small party and we're all not here for ego, for power, for money or whatever, just here because we're all passionate about the future of our continent and we want to seek and become actors of change in whatever way it's possible. So I think that's quite inspiring to share all these values about the future and about what we want to do about our continent and about politics with all these people gathered here in the room.
Regarding your first point, I think we can look at best practices from other countries. I think one of the major points why Belgium has perhaps not worked on it so much as they could be is because we don't actually know which platforms our members are even using. So looking at Netherlands, for example, they have over the last 2 months released a survey to all the members to identify what are the preferences, where are they on, what would they feel comfortable with using, and also identify what is not working. Are members using our Volt Europa email address? Can they even vote at our GAs? That's a big question that we first need to solve before we can look into other platforms. So in that regards, we should definitely work with other national chapters and see what they are doing. Regarding your second question, I have a very strong network in Brussels. I am also very much aware about my social demographic, white man, cis, hetero. It's not very diverse, but I have been doing a lot of effort into diversifying the party. So together with Diana, for the last 1.5 years, we have had our own personal initiative, the Volt Diversity Calls, which were very renowned calls that we had every 2 weeks, where we invited members and representatives of diverse communities. So for example, different religious communities, different ethnic communities, different also social demographic in terms of work communities. And most recently, we have also gone in person to those communities, such as the Congolese community, such as the Italian community, talking with them, listening to what they have to say, what their issues are, and that will inform our policies and also our internal workings.
Okay, thank you very much. So for the Q&A for the co-presidents, we will have about 15 more minutes. I will first ask a question from online and I will get back to you here once again. So we have Omri, who asks lots of questions, but he wants to ask one question specifically. And I'm going to ask this question only to the males, if you're okay with it. So what he is asking is, I agree with the candidates that we need a lot of good things to happen for us to become electable for 2024. What I'm really looking for is strategy. Where's the end goal? How do we get from A to B to C?
That's a very good question, Omri, and I think we have talked a lot already in the past, but we should not only have words coming out of our mouths, but also execute those action points. We should not only have wish lists, but actually a track record in 2024 where we can say, well, we did this, this, and this. So what we need is a good campaign, but before that, we need to have a good policy program. So here, the board needs to take ownership of the policies, follow up with the policy leads, initiate also good policies that we can include both in our mapping of policies, but also in the end a political program. The political program does not have to be the most complex one. It has to be understandable. It has to reach our citizens. So in that regards, in the next few months, the idea is to finalize our program so that in January of next year, 2023, we can really dedicate the entire year to going out in the streets, flyering, talking to citizens about our program, so that also in the second half of 2023, we already have a good list of candidates that are being trained and that are being taught how to represent the party and also being prepared once they get elected, so that we don't have issues that we face with afterwards in the case of any problems or personal issues within any fractions.
For me personally, I think the key lays in cooperation with other movements and other parties. For policies, I think we are doing a good job, and I think if it's necessary, we can definitely also reach out to the Netherlands, where they already have a lot of experience and already wrote a lot of policies, so there we can just cooperate with other countries and other city chapters for our local programs. But the key for us in Belgium, I think, is to cooperate with other parties and with other movements, and there are definitely some movements that already reached out to us to organize events, like Ik Ben Pro, the Burgerlobby, like the Piratenpartij. Those are parties which I had a conversation 2 weeks ago. And so they are willing to organize events together with us. So we have our branding out there. We organize together with different citizen movements. We organize big events, and people see us. People notice us. We will put it in the media, and people know about us in this way, that we are a citizen movement, that we are there for the elections, and so on. So I think there, for me, this is the key to have this connection, and for the citizens to see that we, as a movement, are out there, and people will be able to vote for us.
Thank you very much. So are there any questions in the room? And these ones are going to be directed to the female co-leads candidates. I'll go to you.
Thank you, Anvivo. Thank you for all your good ideas and all your good activities. When I hear all this, one question comes always on my mind, and it has been in the last couple of months when I'm here. What I feel that we are lacking for all these good ideas is a coordinated master plan, where we see what do we need to do to get elected? Do we know the election laws exactly in Belgium? Do we know what is needed on the different levels? How do we recognize that we can be elected? Do we need to have signatures, etc.? And why I would like to ask the opinion of your candidacy. How would you see creating such a master plan if you agree to that we need such a thing?
Thank you, Wibo. So Johanna and Sarah, do you have a...
Yes, so thank you, Wibo, for that question, a very important question we will have to ask us for 2024. But I think first, just to say that this will be the ultimate responsibility and goal of the newly elected board, so that it will be up to the 5 people elected today to come up with that strategy, but of course to include the policy teams, the co-leads, but every other member as well. And yes, we need more coordination, and that means sitting together. The last couple of months, let's say, okay, the last year was much more complicated because of COVID. You know, we have this online fatigue. So now that we have the opportunity to come back in person, let's use that. Let's sit together and have a workshop, not on the whole strategy at once, but step by step. And I think that's how we can come up with a strategy that works. Again, ask our European colleagues, how did they do that? And we have some experience in running for elections in 2018. So I think we can also use that. And you know, I think if we have a clear vision, we can reach that objective by putting together the forces and the competences, not only here in Brussels, in Belgium and other parts of Belgium, but also across the board in Europe. So, yeah.
Thank you, and thank you very much for bringing up that point. I think it's very crucial. I think we need to do sort of a retro planning strategy. So we start in 2024 and we say, all right, we're going to have to run into local, regional, federal, European elections. Do we want to run in all of them or not? What is the possibilities? Analyze at each level of power what we need to do in terms of the signatures, like you mentioned. Try and collect numbers as well in terms of how many members would we need, how many funds would we need. And that asking other parties all over Europe what they had to collect to reach out those positions. And then we go backwards. We say, okay, so in 2024, we want to achieve that, this amount of signatures, etc. So what do we need to do in 2023, in 2022? And have key points being mentioned for all of them to try and achieve what the ideal would be for us in 2024.
Okay, thank you very much. Wibo, did that answer your question? Yes. So everybody that wants to speak up. Who was before? I think Arno and you. I'll start with Arno, then I'll go to you.
A question for all the candidates, but I promise it's going to be a short one. We have talked about building electability and strategy. My question would be, where do you think we have the best chances of getting elected in 2024? And which parties are you willing to cooperate with to make that happen? Thank you.
You want to ask it to other candidates? Okay. So this question is for all of you.
Right. Thank you, Arno. So statistically speaking, the best chances would be probably to get elected in the Algemene region, the Germanophone part of Belgium, but we don't have any candidates there, nor really active members. So one object would be like to find people that could be potential candidates in Algemene in the Germanophone section. Another hotspot where we can definitely get some numbers is the Flemish list in Brussels, for instance. So we have to make sure that we find citizens, Belgian citizens, that are registered in the Flemish list of electorates to give us the signatures so that we can run there for elections like we did in 2019 as well.
Thank you. Sarah?
Joining on Carlo, I think Brussels and Antwerp are for sure one of our strongest local team here that we can aim for. And then I think I would need to see more and more numbers as well in terms of like European elections. I think obviously you want to run for European elections, but it's the hardest one to actually reach in terms of signatures. So seeing if that's feasible. Yes, I would say local ones and perhaps try and reach for a regional one. I wouldn't say for federal elections, but that's on top of my head right now.
Yes, so joining Carlo and Sarah, I would say maybe our chances lie at the local level at the greatest. That's where we are the most active. That's also where it's the easiest to get into the election in terms of signatures, and also because members that are not Belgian can also run for these elections. So that is also a big plus, I would say, for especially our party that is so rich in different nationalities. And concerning your other questions on which parties to run to, I think we will have to make the choice. For example, if we take the local level, do we want to run with more citizen lists, or do we want to be affiliated with a bigger party? So that will be a strategic choice that we will have to make. I think for now this is a bit too early to say, and it will also come with the dialogues we will have with these parties, which we will have to have. And it is, I think, the most important part also of politics is to know what the other parties are running for, so we can build alliances or compete.
First, for which elections we are going to run. European elections for sure. Federal elections, depending on the capacity of the teams. Regional, I would skip. That is for the first part. And then for the part at the end of 2024, provincial, I would say no, because provincial, I think, is not that interesting for us as a movement to join the elections, but communes, definitely yes. So for the communal elections, definitely, depending on in which communes we have the biggest teams, where they have the capacity to have the list and to run for the elections. With who will we cooperate? Piratenpartij, I think, is a very interesting party where we had a cooperation, we had a coalition in 2018 in Antwerp, and they are definitely interested to do that again. So there, that is definitely possible. And then there are some other movements that are also definitely interested in us, probably in coalition style, or maybe some movements that want to become a part of Volt. But that is something that we will have to discuss over the next months and to have a final decision by the end of this year, so we know by the beginning of 2023 in which form and in which elections we are going to run, to communicate that to all the citizens.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have room for about 2 more, 3 more questions maybe. Sorry? A very short follow-up.
So very, very shortly, it's just to understand and know how you will involve the members in these decision processes. That's maybe shortly my question.
In 1 sentence, an answer, please.
Well, through the GA, of course. Everything that the board will put a strategy forward, and then we will present a strategy for the members, and the members vote on it. We can present different scenarios, and then the members can vote on the different scenarios and see what they like most, and voila. So it's indeed important to involve the members. Yeah.
Yes, so fully agree with Jordi, and I think we can also, before that, if we have members that have a political past in another party, why not also talk with them and say, okay, you know, tell me more about your party, tell me more about what you know from cooperation with other parties. And I think this is one other way we can involve the members, of course, but the decision, let's say, will be the executive board's decision, and then with the approval vote or not of the members.
Yeah, very much join that point as well. I think I have a key presentation to all the members about all the study that we've done, all the meetings, our train of thought, what we collected out there, and then to bring forward all the arguments to the membership, and then they vote on our decision.
I agree with the vote at the GA on later coalitions, but I think it's very crucial also to involve the members beforehand. I think that there are a few among us who have some political experience, that have been part of different parties, so they have the connections. They know who will be in charge, who will be running in different communes. So working together with them, involving the members, working out a strategy plan, working out who could we go into coalitions, and then like we did in 2019 for the European elections, have a vote for the members to decide which coalition they would be most favorable to join in.
Thank you very much. And then I saw earlier a hand all the way up here. Do you have a question for the female candidates?
What is your vision on expanding our voter base to rural towns of Flanders? Because we are currently still an urban-based party, and how can we expand our voter base?
I think you brought a key point, and I understand it, but I think as well we can't start spreading everywhere and nowhere at the same time. So focus on where we're strong and where we can get stronger. And then once we can reach elections and positions, then we will have some form of visibility that is even greater, which means that we will have the capacity to reach further on into rural areas.
Yes, exactly in the same vein. Let's start by focusing on those people that are already sympathizing with our ideas, I think. Not to say that this is mostly urban and not rural, but the trend for now is that we are mostly in urban areas. And I think if we build up our visibility, as Sarah said also, in those areas, then we will have a bigger chance of also being known and active in smaller cities or rural areas. And I think we are limited also by our membership capacity, right? We have a limited amount of members, and we cannot be everywhere at the same time. Hence the importance of really focusing first on where we can play a bigger role, where we can get known and get elected, and then gradually as we grow and as the time hopefully makes us more visible, we can then aspire to also be represented in most parts or all parts of the country.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we have a question online from Bram. Do you want to?
But actually, most of the candidates already talked a little bit about it. My question was, how do you see the cooperation between the board and the policy team, both in general as in preparation for the elections? I want you to try to limit your answer to 1 minute to have a to-the-point answer.
Is it okay if I only could ask this question to the males? Saba. Carlo.
Right. So as a Secretary General, I've been working closely already with our policy leads, facilitating the events, facilitating our documents getting on the websites and sharing it with our members. I think the board should really take ownership and have regular meetings with our policy leads, together with the Secretary Generals on a bi-weekly basis, so that we get an update from what are they working on, what policies are in the pipelines, how can the board support the policy teams and also the different sub-policy teams. So I think there needs to be a lot more cooperation in the future, in the next 2 years, especially running up to an election.
I think the policy leads are the people that lead the policy team, so you have the responsibility and you are the ones that have the mandate to talk about the policies and to see which policies you want to create with the members. But the role of the board would be a strategic role. So for us as a board, it is important to also see and to to see a bit the field and to see what would be important, what are people going to vote on in 2024, what will be the policies that make a difference in 2024. And so as a board, for us, it's important to draft a roadmap and to see like what kind of policies will be important, and to talk about it with the policy team and see that the policy team find the capacity and the people to draft policies on those subjects, that we have the key priorities and that you find the capacities to write those policies.
Thank you very much. Martin and Jerome, can you come to the stage? Then you will start with the questions for the treasurers. There are some more questions by Bruce and Rodrigo, I thought I saw before. We will see how much time we've left and maybe we get an opportunity to ask those questions. But now we will. Thank you very much.
But shall I say it now or after the question and answers?
Can you only open the co-president votes? Or?
No, all of them, because it was...
Wait a bit. Yeah. Okay, so we have the two candidates for the treasurer position, Jerome and Martin. Is there anyone here that has a question for these candidates?
Basically, a follow-up question which I asked earlier. We were talking about funding, which is very important to hire people, to get attention, media attention. So as a treasurer, you're responsible for the budget and also for seeing that the funding gets in. So what is your strategy to do that?
So
the strategy to hire people to get fundraising is quite complicated because, as you may know or not, in Belgium, it's not like in the Netherlands. We have rules that are very complicated and that are very strict. These are very complicated to understand, and we are still trying to understand them, actually. To be honest, I've been looking to understand exactly, and I've been looking at a lot of documents and regulation. It seems that for political parties, we can only get 500 € per person, which means that our fundraising strategy is clearly like, it will be like, try to get a lot of people and just try to get them to give 500 €, but not trying to get more companies and stuff like that. Actually, I believe that companies cannot give money to political parties in Belgium. That's, I think, forbidden. So that's what we've tried to do in the past, is putting our legal lead to understand more thoroughly this topic and exactly how it goes, because we've had like 3 fundraising leads, and all of them didn't know exactly what they wanted to do. We had Kyle, who was amazing, and he had a beautiful strategy, but he couldn't put it in place. He did fundraising for senators in the US, and he had like a beautiful strategy. We talked about it, everything, but he couldn't put it in place only because there was this rule, and we didn't know exactly how this rule was working, you know? So the first point in this fundraising strategy is to determine exactly how does it work exactly. Can we ask more than 500 €? We never, each time people, they give us max 500 €, and I know people, they could be giving more, but they can't. Okay, so our question is, how do we work with that, and can we change our fundraising strategy depending on that? And the first point would be then to go see a lawyer and to analyze with them the specific person how we can get funding, and if we are corresponding to the political party definition in Belgium, which it seems we are not. So apparently we have not run in a whole atmosphere. So the rule was to say, okay, we have different areas. So let's say we run for the national elections, and we have to run in all the parts to be considered a political party or something. So it's something like that, and we're like, dang, that's complicated. So we are not a political party, or we are? Are we supposed to follow this rule or not? And that's where it's very complicated, and that's why we were not able to put in place a fundraising strategy. I know 3.5 years ago, we had like Louis, he was there, it was in the VUB, and he was saying, yeah, we are going to get 300,000 € for the next election. Okay, he was dreaming. Okay, he was dreaming, and people were believing it. So here we have people saying, "Oh, we are going to make 50,000 euro, hire people. We are going to do amazing." Yeah. So okay, let's dream, but be realistic. Probably we are going to get 500 euro per person, and we are trying to work with trying to get a lot of people. You know, maybe we can make events, and then it's not considered a donation. Everything is dependent on that, and without knowing that, we cannot define a fundraising strategy. And then we cannot define a strategy which is if we have money or not. Because if we have a budget, we can determine, okay, we are going to hire some people and then we are going to expand and stuff. But if we don't know if we are going to have this money, also he said that he's going to make a budget for the next 2 years. That's something that is interesting, that's very good. But as we have seen, we are a startup, a political startup, and in a startup, it's very complicated to see the growth, how it's going sideways, it's going never as we expect it. And so creating a budget is really, like people, they were saying, okay, we are going to have 100,000 euro spendings in people, we are going to have like, no, nothing happened. Like those budgets, they were over the roof, and it's quite useless to make budgets if those are not they are not happening, you know. So that's I'm sorry, but there is no real fundraising strategy for now, and that's something that needs to be put in place. But there is a fundraising strategy. You can see it that has been drafted by Kyle, that is really interesting, and it's in the fundraising drive. And this strategy is really interesting, and that's the one we will, I guess, put in place if we have the right to do it, you know.
Thank you. Yeah. So I think first of all, there's maybe 2 or 3 main elements. First of all, is we have to decide as the upcoming executive board, whoever is in this board, to see what is our priority. So what we want to actually fundraise for. I heard a lot of like actually anonymity for having like a paid person, whether this could be full-time employee or a trainee or a stagiaire. We will have to see. There's also other options. Maybe a social media campaign is the thing. That is maybe a bit of a smaller step first before hiring a person. But we will have to discuss that as the executive committee and then make a decision. And then the second part is the fact checking. So we have to check on a legal basis, is there any ways to have donations more than 500 euros? It's also one of the things where maybe we have also some senior people here in our membership. Maybe those can also, we can draw from this experience. Maybe they can give us some legal advice. Maybe we can connect to other political parties in Belgium to see how is the situation for fundraising. And then based on this information, we will have to see what goals are realistic. And I think we have to find a good balance between being ambitious, but also not neglecting the facts. And yeah, I think it's always good to set a bit of a higher target than you think you might achieve by continuing with the status quo. And that is my idea for the fundraising strategy.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I saw a hand earlier by David.
Thank you both again for your presentations. I'm here again talking about vacancies. As we know, the function of treasurer does, entail fundraising. But as Jérôme mentioned, we also used to have a fundraising lead, which we don't have right now. So my question is very concretely is, if you do not get elected now as a treasurer, would you be open to taking up that function of fundraising lead? And would you be open to coordinate between the both of you to maybe, share responsibilities or?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Please limit your answer to about 1 minute.
Yes.
If that's okay.
No, I think it's one of the great things, and I think it is. Okay. Can you hear me? Well, I think one of the great things about the people now that are running for the board for all of those functions, and I can only speak for myself. But I think it would be great that also those who then get the second place would be, willing to engage in another function in Volt Belgium, and I do want to include myself in that as well. I think it is a pity that we have had a fundraising lead in the past. I think this fundraising lead stopped because it was not clear what is actually the function mandate. So this person was, what I have heard, resignating because it was unclear what is the work mandate. So if I am elected treasurer, my task also will be to have a more direct exchange with the potential fundraising lead or before that to write a clear mandate on what the fundraising lead would have to do so that we avoid this overworking problems or this lack of defined function for the fundraising lead. But we have already a great basis, I think, with the fundraising strategy, so it's definitely something I would draw on as well. Like Jerome has mentioned, we have some work has already been done that we can draw from.
So the question is whether or not I will do a fundraising lead if I don't get elected, right? Yeah, basically no, because as I said to Julius, which is the city lead of Maastricht, and in the general strategy is to say, okay, we want to get elected, and if you want to get elected, we need a strong local teams. And what I've seen so far is that the Liège team was failing every year or so because there was nobody that was there to stay there, you know, like not leaving every. The turnover was too high, and as we've seen, the E-Regio is really growing. We have teams of 100 people. Like our Belgian team is their team, local team. You know, like they are so big, it's that, and they all have elected officials, and they've said they are willing to help us. So what I am going to do if I'm not elected is I'm going to take up the Liège team, and I will be running for city lead there, and I will be growing the team with the help of the city lead of Maastricht and Aachen to make it something that will have elected officials in Liège. Because as we've seen from, I'll be very quick, as we've seen from the past election, we get elected in cities mainly, and so it's in the cities that we want to run, and that's where we could get elected. And most of the money, that's the fundraising, comes from the states, so we need elected officials to get the money. So that's the most important, and that's where we can get it. So that's what I will do.
Thank you very much. I think we have room for one or two more questions. Does anyone have a question for the treasurer? Bruce, take the floor.
You've talked about the history of Volt over the last 4 or 5 years, or 4 years. So in that time, why haven't you so far determined how you can raise money legally based on the Belgium structure? 4 years later, you're saying we're going to work it out? We're going to talk to a lawyer, maybe? Why has it taken so long?
Well, we are involved, but at the beginning I was just 19, entering for the first time a party with 40 years olds, and there were a lot of 40 years olds, and so I was just new, and I was not the one in charge. I just ran for the board in January 2020, where we were not focused. So yeah, so that's when I joined the board, but not the party, you know, in the last 2 years. So I joined in January 2020. That's where we put in place the new structure, and then in 2020 I was elected treasurer, and that's where we tried to understand it, but we couldn't. We figured, so we have a lot of information. I would say we have like 90% of the information, but that's the 10% that we need, and that's I was not able to do it. So I asked the legal lead to do it, as we were supposed, which didn't come to a conclusion. So then we talked with Patrick Clarence, and Patrick Clarence told me, oh, I'm going to see it. And I sent him a message, and he said he didn't answer. So that's where I said to the board, okay, we really need to figure out this issue because we are stuck on this issue, and it's really blocking us. So how we are going to move? And that's where we said, okay, we need to free up some budget to go see a lawyer, okay? It's not like, we need to acknowledge the fact that it's not a small issue, it's a huge issue, and it's very important, and that we need to have budget for that. So that's what I think should be done directly after the election, is free up budget, go see a lawyer, find a solution, determine a strategy. That's the point. But so why it was not done? Because people don't do the fuck things like that.
Thank you very much. Martin, do you have anything to reply on this? Or?
Well, just one sentence. I mean, as I explained, I mean, the first thing we'll do is first see do we have some legal expertise in our membership, and second, we are not the only political party in Belgium. There's other precedents, probably other parties having experience with donations, and this could be maybe a first indication on whether this, you know, how is the situation? Is it only the €500 max, or are there other ways? I think this would be my first step to see, you know, what are other parties doing.
Just a quick reply, Bruce.
I don't know the answer. That's why I'm asking the question. Do you, or have you thought about maybe different levels of membership with larger amounts? And is that possible? Does that get round? Is that a loophole? I haven't seen it proposed. No, but that's donations, right? As membership, like member grade 1, member grade 2, different levels of subscription.
I'll let the candidates.
Yeah, so our idea was exactly that. Actually, in the beginning, last two years ago, it was 40 euros, I think, and then it was changed at the General Assembly. You voted for this to change it to 20 euros. So that the people that were at the General Assembly there, I voted against. But I think that so we lost. Like now, with the maximum donation, maximum membership fees is 20, and we don't have any. That's the question. We don't know. That's why we want to see a lawyer for that. Is that because we don't know this, we cannot find a strategy. But yeah, obviously, I do acknowledge the fact that this is very important, and that's what I want to do directly.
Okay, Martin, the last remarks, and then we go to this secretary position.
Yeah, so this is one option. I think the other option is to, when we ask for the membership fees, also ask for contributions on top of that, and this would go along with the clear targets on what we want to achieve, and that people who donate extra money with their membership fee would know what it's used for. Personally, I see a bit. I think one thing, if we think about having different layers of membership, it would have to be clear that this does not in any way impact the kind of integrity of the party, considering like how much influence we have within the party. So it would be a purely additional aspect. It is purely out of, you know, a goodwill to contribute to the party. This is important for me.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers. Thank you very much, candidates, for the treasurer, Martin and Jerome. Applause. Then I would like to highlight one more candidate, Manon Michon, for the secretary, which after a few questions, Emmerich will explain how the voting works, and then after we can start the lunch. But first of all, is there anyone here with some very pressing questions to Manon Michon, our mighty candidates? All right.
Thank you. It's a question that Carlo's already answered, but just about the fact that you're also Secretary General. Would you continue having that role? Would you stop? Would you give it to someone else? What would happen?
So yes, as Carlo already highlighted, we are doing basically tasks that the board asks of us, or that we proactively take up. So basically, as secretary, I would like to continue doing what I'm currently doing, but on a higher level, right? In the board, I can do more than I'm currently doing. So I can, the vision that I have, the ideas that I have, supporting members, etc. I can do more at the board level than I can at the Secretary General level. So continuing to talk with our staff, filling the positions that we currently have, enabling our members, hearing the voices of our members, all of these things, I would like to continue in the board, while also looking for another Secretary General, of course, together next to all the other open functions.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the public that... Yeah.
What support do you need from us members to not burn out? Or what are the things that like drive you crazy that you need like hands-on support with?
So sometimes I feel like we as board, we as Secretary General, functional leads, they are talking to an empty room. We hardly get replies from people, and I understand that of all of the 160, there are maybe 50 people here, a few people on the live stream, but all of the other people, they are not here. And that's very unfortunate, and I would love to see how we can work together with members, how we can get them more active, to get more replies from them, maybe how they would like to get active, right? I can understand they don't want to sit for a whole day in some boring aula in Brussels, but just to see what do they need to become more active. For example, workplace might be very inaccessible to certain people. Not everybody has WhatsApp. It's very difficult to look at the Volt email regularly. So that's something I would like from the members, for them to become, to help us help them. How do we reach you? That's what I would like.
Okay, thank you very much, Manon. Is there anyone else that wants to ask her a question? No? So maybe also for you, Manon, what do you think is the strategy to go from A to B to C? How can we work on our electability?
Yes, so my background is in biology, not at all in politics, in communication, in anything. So what I like to do is to learn. I like to listen to people who have experience with this. I like to listen to what the policy team has to say, of course, very important. But more important than that, I would like to look inwards to Volt Belgium and set up structures for us to be more sustainable in the long run. And what I mean with that, currently we have between 100 and 200 members. But we've seen in the Netherlands that around election time, a big growth is going to occur. They've had trouble onboarding people. They still have trouble that all these members do not have access to workplace. So what I would like to do is to already prepare for this, set up structures for members, functional teams that they can easily expand, but also enable the other organs that we have, right? The Volt Values Board, there are currently a lot of open positions that we would like to fill. The electoral board, currently Emerick is running the show on his own the whole day. We would like to help him with additional members, which of course the electoral board has. So yes, that's what my strategy is to set up Volt from the inside up for success.
Amazing, thank you very much. Everybody applause for our candidate for secretary, Manon Michon. So we will shortly have Emerick talk to you about the voting, which will happen right now, and then afterwards we can have lunch.
So yes, I hope you're all getting hungry now. I know I am. So very quick information about the votes and the current state of affairs. So you all voted for the budget already, I hope, because this vote closed already at 12. The vote for the changes in internal rules and procedures is open for another 20 minutes, I think. Now it's 20 minutes. So it's 20 minutes until you click the link. The link will disappear in 20 minutes. But if you manage to fill it in 5 minutes after, it's still fine. And then after, it will be closed. For the candidates, so all the lovely people you just saw in front of you answering to all your difficult questions, this vote is all open until 2. And there is one important thing that I've noticed as well on my email, and I've heard several people that had the same problem, is that your Volt email will filter it into your spam folder, or at least some of them. So please check your spam folder, very, very important. Yeah, it's something we can't do much about. Normally it wasn't happening before. I don't know why Gmail has decided to treat some of them as spam, because I believe, and I think it's going to be the same with everyone, 2 of them will have passed in your inbox and 3 of them will be in your spam folder. So you should have received 5 emails for each of the 5 different positions. So 1 for the male co-presidents, 1 for the female co-president, 1 for the treasurer, 1 for the secretary, and 1 for the 5th board member. And so you need to click on each individual link and then vote on them. You have until 2 o'clock to do this, and this is a very strict one. So this is not, the system will actually stop counting votes after 2 o'clock. Yeah, so that's it. I am looking forward to meet you all now for a quick lunch, and I will let you give the exact details of when it ends.
Yes, so we will now have a lunch break, which will be until 1:40. So 13:40, we will stop the lunch break and we will continue for the next point for the candidates of the Volt Values Board. There is food in the back there. There are vegetarian sandwiches, vegan sandwiches, and meat sandwiches. Please take them. There are also some salads. Don't take them, only if you need gluten-free. So the salads are reserved for the people that need gluten-free food. All right? So I will see you all here at 1:40, and have a good meal.
Is deze echt zo slecht? Dat werkt toch?
We will start the GA in 10 minutes. Please arrive before. 5 minutes we will commence the GA once again. Please all come inside and seat yourselves. Thank you.
It's very fun.
Please seat yourselves. Thank you. Everybody please seat yourselves. Thank you. Please sit down. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. We have to start. We have a full program with a lot of items and very short time periods.
Order. Order.
Jerome, will you also sit down? Yes? Okay. Okay, everybody is being seated right now. I would like to welcome everybody back to the General Assembly 2022 Spring for Volt Belgium. Welcome everybody. I hope everybody had a good lunch. Everybody enjoyed the sun, all right? Okay, please remember there's 17 more minutes to vote for the Electoral Executive Committee for Volt Belgium. So please cast your vote if you haven't done it yet. Also, I would also like to announce that afterwards, after the GA, we will go to the famous bar Le Quartier Latin. It's very close here. It's very close to the Etterbeek train station too. So we would love to see you all afterwards coming to the Quartier Latin bar to have a drink after and to speak about the GA. And the future of Volt and whatever other nice things we can talk about. Officially, we'll start around 6 p.m., but maybe we'll go there early or later. We'll see. Then there's one thing that Emmerich wants to say, and he has his own microphone.
Hello. Yes. So I just want to say, as Alexander said, you have another 15 minutes to vote, except for the co-president. There was a bit of a glitch when I created the vote, and it's open until 2:50. So it's not a problem. It's just open a bit longer, but we'll announce anyway the results after 4 o'clock. So it's just that for the male co-president, you have a bit of more time. If you haven't voted yet. If you have voted already, you don't need to do anything because you cannot vote again. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Emmerich. Any pressing questions at the moment? Anyone that's had problems with voting or whatever? No? Okay, that's great. So we will go to the next item, which is the ASBL candidates for the Volt Values Board. And for that, Emmerich, you will describe
I think Kim said that he would come. He's on his way. So he had work, conseil d'administration for his work. So he's part of a important company, I think. And he said that he would come in about, is it 15 minutes? Where's my phone? So we should move this around.
So we'll soon attack the item of candidates for the Volt Values Board. First we go to the next item then, which is the confirmation vote for the provincial committee candidate of the province in Antwerp. And I would like to have Jasper, maybe, Jasper, is he here right now? Yes. To come to the front. And Arno will explain what the vote's about.
Hello everyone. Hope you had a great lunch. So, as you may know, the party leadership of Volt Belgium is composed of the executive committee, which I hope that you have cast your vote for, and a provincial committee, which ensures that local voices are being heard up until the very leadership of the party. So, the provincial committee consists of 10 representatives, one for every province in Belgium and the Brussels capital region. And we are today electing the first member of the provincial committee, which would have one candidate being Jasper here. So we will do a quick presentation by Jasper, and then we'll open for Q&A. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jasper Kozemans. I'm 32 years old. I live in the city of Antwerp. And indeed, I am a candidate to represent the province of Antwerp in the provincial committee. I joined Volt just 6 months ago, actually. I thought it was time for myself to join the action. I knew Volt for a longer time, but I'd never been really involved. And when I joined, I thought, do I want to join the national level or be more active at the local level? I didn't really know. It took a few months to figure out what's happening where. So right now, I can say I think I'm pretty active on the local level, just because for the simple reason that there was an active team and they got me involved. But I've only moved to Antwerp city like 6 months ago, so it's not really that I feel a connection that I want to really get into local politics. So I'm still kind of looking at the national level and seeing what can I do there. And I noticed that there was this provincial committee and that there is perhaps a need to integrate the local level and the national level within Volt. Because what I like about Volt is that it's essentially a grassroots movement, so you have local teams popping up everywhere in Europe. That's very exciting, and they are all working under this big Volt umbrella, the same brand, with the same general vision, but each in their local team doing their local stuff. And I think this is good. But to keep this working, as we keep expanding and growing, it will be more and more challenging to make sure that everything that's happening at all the local levels is still aligned with the overall framework that is Volt. So I think that there is an interesting role to be carried out, to make sure that the local teams are linked in with what's happening on the national level and then further beyond at the European level. So this is what I would like to bring to Volt. So for that reason, just 2 weeks ago, I presented myself as a candidate to become a city co-lead in Antwerp, because you have to be a city co-lead before you can join the provincial committee. So I was elected into this position 2 weeks ago, and now the province of Antwerp, the city leads, which is just me and Vicky at the moment, have jointly decided that I would be the candidate for this position in the provincial committee. Maybe a little bit more about myself. My background is in engineering, so I studied in TU Delft in the Netherlands, and then later I worked in Germany for a while. Now I'm back in Belgium, back home, let's say, and I work in the aviation industry.
So are there anyone that has a question, one little question or two for Jasper here? No? Okay, then we will open the votes. The votes will be open for the confirmation vote for the provincial committee candidate of the province of Antwerp. Jasper is the candidate. You can vote if you want on Tusker, so it's not in the A-doodle, right? Oh, sorry. It's on the A-doodle. Forget what I said. And check your spam folder again, and it's open until 3:45. Is that correct? Okay, ça va. Then I already saw Kim entering the building, so I would like to say welcome Kim to the stage, please. Thank you all.
And I just wanted to say the vote was supposed to start at 2, so you will be able to vote only from 2 o'clock to for Jasper.
Okay, so the votes for Jasper will be open at 2 until 3:45. Now we have the Volt Values Board, which is an important organ inside of the Volt Belgium structure. It's an organ to check all the internal processes, the values, the ethics, and all the statutory laws. We have one candidate here, which is Kim, and I would like to give the microphone to him, the stage, for him to present himself. There you are.
Thank you. Straight in and straight into the stage. Great. I love it. Hi, everyone. Hope you're doing very well. So indeed, when I heard that the Volt Values Board didn't have anybody applying for it, I decided that it really needed to switch back to... can you hear me? Yeah? Can I speak slower? Yeah? Okay. Yes? Hi. How are you guys doing over there? Yes, so when I heard that the Volt Values Board didn't have any candidates, I decided to put myself up once again to be co-chair of the Volt Values Board. I hope that we will be able to run some more elections on that, because the Volt Values Board indeed is a very important organ, as was mentioned. Perhaps to highlight why I think I might be the right candidate for doing it. Of course, I've been doing it for the past 2 years, is to be co-chair of this Volt Values Board. It's been a very difficult Volt Values Board. I think some of you might have heard already previously about some of the challenges that we had to face, that we had some complaints which went straight to lawyers and those types of things, and we've had to manage that process, and it's been quite a difficult process. Some of the learnings you've found in the proposals to amend the statutes and to amend the internal rules, but I think at the same time, the work that's been done by the Volt Values Board has been invaluable. You might not know because we stay behind the scenes, and I think that's one of the important things that the Volt Values Board tries to do, is to really let the organs and to let the members do what you got to do, which is to make an amazing party, to make an amazing movement, which will change Belgium and the way Belgian politics is done. And the role of the Volt Values Board is to really take a step back, to think about the future, to look at interpersonal conflicts, to see also if the organs are doing the right things, and to be a trusted advisor when things go wrong, or when you just want some advice as to whether what you're planning to do, is in keeping with the statutes and the spirit of the statutes. So that is one of the main reasons why the Volt Values Board is an important organ, and we have provided advice to the Executive Committee, to the Secretary Generals. You might not be aware of that, but that's the kind of work that we do day in and day out. It's an important piece of work. It really reassures those who are in their mandates that they're doing the things in the right way possible, in keeping with our values, in keeping with our statutes, in keeping with the rules and the requirements under Belgian law, and that's an important piece of work. The last Volt Values Board, which a lot of them are leaving, they've done an amazing piece of work, and I think we've really put in place the basis for a very solid organization, which is able to really respond to conflicts as and when they might arise within Volt Belgium. And unfortunately, Volt Belgium has been an example of the kinds of things that can go wrong when they do. But I think the fact that we are here today, that we are here having this General Assembly, is also a testament that we've really moved forward in an amazing way. We have more than 200 members. It's an amazing achievement. And the Volt Values Board will be standing step by step to make sure that that happens. What I want to do in the next mandate is hopefully, first of all, to actually get an operational Volt Values Board. We need more members to participate in the work that we do, but also to then kind of move to the next step in terms of actually identifying how the Volt Values Board can really help to show that we're also doing values-based policy making. We're about values. We're a party which strongly and fundamentally believes that politics can be done differently and can be done in a way which is in keeping with each and everyone's values. So that's, I think, the work of the VVB in the coming 2 years, is to really accompany our preparations for a new for the elections. We have 4 elections at the same time, so we're really facing some difficult challenges moving forward. And what I hope to see as co-chair of the VVB is really what can we do to support and to position Volt Belgium as the party to go to when you would like to have, if you want politics to be different, if you want politics to be inclusive, if you want politics to be done on the needs and on the basis of individuals and citizens, that Volt is a place to be. And I think the VVB can also accompany those kinds of actions through the work that we do. So we've changed, or hopefully you will have voted to change the procedures so that we can also handle conflicts much more effectively, much more swiftly, and depending on the kinds of circumstances that we encounter. I think we've created a huge amount of great base work, and I think now the next step is just to build on that and to create a movement that's even better moving forward. So thank you very much for the floor, and I hope that I have your trust and confidence to move forward again for the next 2 years.
Amazing, thank you very much. You can stay here, stay put, sorry. Because I can imagine that some people might have a few questions for Kim here. Ah, yes.
Just a technical question. Can you have a function and be on the Volt Values Board, or is it a full-time position?
Is it a full-time position? Yes. So you cannot. The way the internal rules work within the Volt Values Board is that the mandates is one mandate, and we do not have any other mandates within the organization. This is to avoid conflicts of interest, and also because we are going to be asked to judge as to whether the executive committee's decision is actually in keeping with the statutes, or whether a city lead is actually expanding beyond its role and remit. So the decision was taken quite early on that the Volt Values Board members can only have their mandate. They can participate in the activities of Volt Belgium, so we can be members of different projects, but we're not in leading positions. The Volt Values Board, the current one which I've chaired, we've taken that even beyond. So we really try to be quite removed from day-to-day activities, in part to let all the organs really grow themselves without having the presence of a VVB member whose opinion will have more weight than others. And also because we felt that it was quite important that everybody should feel that we are very neutral in the positions that we take, and when we analyze whether something should be in this way or that way, then everyone is confident that we're doing it not because we have personal interests or because we were there when the conflict arose. These are the reasons why we take step backs and we really keep we stick quite strictly to our VVB mandate.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or remarks? Yes, Bram.
Yeah, as you know, there is in the Volt Values Board a mediatory committee, a disciplinary committee. How do you plan to handle all those things? Because you will probably be the only member of the Volt Values Board.
Yeah, I'm hoping that I get reinforcements is what I'm hoping for. I cannot be the only person. I cannot be me, myself, and I at the Volt Values Board. So I think clearly, I'm hoping that the electoral board will support me on this. That we're going to try to run an election, and I hope that you'll have seen the work that the VVB does, and that some of you might be encouraged to consider becoming part of the committee. It's actually super interesting work. It doesn't sound like it when you kind of see this kind of stuff we deal with, but it's really around thinking about the future, thinking about the structures that we need to have in place. It's thinking about how we can do things which actually improves the lives of the other organs. So we've had conversations about, whether around gender, how do we deal with gender in the statutes? How do we ensure that the application procedures are fit for purpose? We don't overwhelm the community team. So it's those kinds of questions which are actually very practical types of questions, which the Volt Values Board also deals with. So hopefully that encourages some people to think about it. And as hopefully you've heard, just because you're on VVB doesn't mean that you can't do anything else in the organization. So it's really for people who are able to take a step back, are able to really think, the pros and cons of different situations, are able to have a solid conversation about it. And it's a great place for that kind of work. So yeah, I'm hoping I'm not going to be the only one.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, then I think, Emerick, we can open the vote for the candidates for the Volt Values Board. Thank you, Kim. Applause for him, please. Thank you. And this vote will be open from 2:15. Is that correct? Or you can tell it.
Yeah, I mean, I will open it in the next 5 minutes, and it will be open. It will be open until
4:15.
4:15, exactly. Just maybe it's important, like when people are speaking, to try and stay a bit silent. I think there's a lot of noise in general. But yeah.
Yes. Okay. So please be silent when people are speaking. Thank you. Okay. So we all have we finished all the items for the Volt ASBL. There are some extra questions. We will maybe come back to them later because these are general questions. But now I want to conclude the General Assembly of the legal entity of Volt ASBL à la the Volt VZW. Thank you very much. Wait. Are we finished now? No, we're not finished. We will start the next part of this assembly, which is the political assembly of Volt Belgium, which we will discuss. We have some speakers here from Europe, Ranier and Liping. We have the current board will tell something about the current status, and of course one of the biggest block of this complete from the GA is the national mapping of policies. And for that I want to welcome Bram van den Inden to the stage. One more, oh, and Maël, yes, sorry. One more thing, as you know, the official part of the Volt ASBL GA is over, but the votes we just talked about are still open. So you can still vote for the Volt Values Board and the provincial committee candidates, and maybe some other ones. So they will keep on, the votes will continue for that one. For the next part, for the political assembly, we only have the votes for the policies. For the rest, there are no votes left, and those votes will be via Tasker, right? Yes, must be. Okay, then I want to give the microphone to the policy team. Whenever they're ready. Yes, so hereby Maël, take the floor.
Thank you. Hi everyone, it's great to see all of you here. I'm going to quickly introduce myself. I'm Maël, I'm the new policy co-lead with Bram here. I've only been policy co-lead for about a month. But it's been great. It's been great what we've been able to do. For those of you who don't know, we kind of connect and like overview what everyone in the policy team does, and by that we are going to segue into the political part of this General Assembly. I'm going to segue into the political part of this General Assembly. I would just like to start by saying that honestly, the people of the policy team have been doing a great work. We've got some really interesting policies that are good, that are innovative, but also, most importantly, as we've seen today, that are electable.
Yeah, we are still trying to open our presentation, actually. Yeah, but the policy
I just leave mine, but...
So yeah, but I will already start. The good news is that the political vision that was established in a long democratic internal process and that will be at the core of any future electoral program is finally published on our website. So you can go to our website and read our political vision and also spread it to external people to get them interested in Volt, etc. And also our mapping of policies is also published on the website. So that way it's also possible to spread it to external people, to family, to friends, to get them interested and involved. And then a final word about policy facilitator functions. There are some vacancies for policy facilitators. So for example, we are policy co-leads, but in the policy team we have also policy facilitators. We have some vacancies, so yeah, you can read the description. Of course, we expect you to be active as a policy facilitator. You should estimate to spend at least 5 hours every 2 weeks on it, at minimum. Preferably, you have some knowledge or some affiliation with the topic you want to become facilitator of. However, that's not a strong requirement, but is an advantage, but not a requirement. So as a policy facilitator, you can you closely work with the policies, you facilitate a team of policy drafters, contribute yourself to drafting policies, and lead the team that is drafting policies. And then we go to the last slide. There are at the moment three vacancies for equality and inclusivity. And for citizen empowerment, those two facilitator roles are vacant at the moment. And for that, if you're interested, you have to apply to us by the 1st of June. And then Economic Renaissance, that team is active at the moment. I'm facilitating it myself at the moment, but I will stop doing that to focus more on being policy lead and facilitate the climate and environment group. And therefore, if you have interest, you have to apply by the 1st of July, and especially the members of the Economic Renaissance team. So we are with a lot of active members, especially the current members. We are strongly encouraged to consider to apply for it. Yeah, that's it.
I'm just going to add a quick note from the policy team. We write a lot of policy about Belgium, but I just want to add, while everyone's here, while everyone's listening, that we also have the mapping of policies from Volt Europa, which also applies to Volt Belgium. So that's just a quick end note before we start with the presentations of the policies and with the votes.
I guess so. I'm looking to the paper. First, we will start with a general update from Global Balance. So we have already a Global Balance program that's developed between 2019 and now. We have some strong sections in the Global Balance program, like Sustainable Mobility section, that's quite strong, Circular Economy section. The next months, we will be further working on those Global Balance policies. Also because we have some new members who showed interest to be active in the Global Balance Policy team and to actively work to improve the policies. So the next month we will actively work on the Global Balance policies, and probably we'll end that process with a sort of Global Balance Summit in the autumn, where there will also be votes for the policies. But as mentioned, our policy program is already strong on some issues, so if you haven't do so, please have a look to the website where now all the policies are published. And then we will start with Global Balance further. So for Global Balance, there are two policies. There is a policy on the monthly car-free Sundays to be added to the Sustainable Mobility Program. I will present that in a minute. And later today, we will have the nuclear energy policy for Belgium presented by Emerick. But the policy we will present later in the afternoon. We are starting with the monthly car-free Sundays. Okay. So the proposal deals with introducing monthly car-free Sundays in cities with more than 50,000 inhabitants in Belgium. So one of the you can go to the next slide. To the next slide. One of the main purposes would be to create awareness. So the monthly car-free Sunday should be accompanied by awareness campaigns about climate, environment, and public health issues related to motorized road transport. And I'll go to the next slide. We will come back to this slide. And let's, for example, start with air pollution. If we look to air pollution on car-free Sundays, we observe that air pollution measurement stations, concentrations of, for example, nitrogen dioxide, ultrafine particles, and black carbon are 50, 60 to 80% lower on car-free Sundays in central urban areas in Brussels compared to on average Sundays. So that immediately shows the huge mitigation potential of car-free Sundays and mitigating car traffic. So yeah, the inconvenient truth is that motorized road transport has a lot of negative health effects. And moving away from car dependency has important public health benefits, not just from lower air pollution, but also from increased physical activity and less space occupation by cars. So some of the negative effects of air pollution include pediatric asthma and heart attacks, with in some urban areas, in the most polluted areas, more than 35% of asthma incidents in children can be attributed to nitrogen dioxide exposure. And the same for heart attacks. In some polluted areas, more than 5% of heart attacks can be attributed to traffic-related air pollution. Yep. And so traffic-related air pollution and motorized road transport in general also have negative cognitive effects, with people living close to major roadways have on average a lower intelligence coefficient. This implies that because of traffic-related air pollution, you can see it as a shifting curve, that because of traffic-related air pollution, on the one hand, there are less super intelligent people, and on the other hand, there are more people with such a low intelligence coefficient that they are not capable to function independently in society. Yep. So a recent study of the University of Barcelona demonstrated that 20% of premature deaths in urban areas can be avoided with better urban and transport planning. Next. And also, we talk now about health, but of course also for climate is important because in Europe, 20 to 25% of greenhouse gas emissions originating from the transport sector, of which about 72% from motorized road transport. Of course, with car-free Sundays, the pollution will only be reduced on for a limited time, and the effects of 12 car-free Sundays on an annual basis on our health will be limited. But as mentioned, the car-free Sundays are an ideal tool to create awareness about the environmental, economic and public health issues related to motorized road transport. Next. So car-free Sundays can be, I think we can go next. Yep. So car-free Sundays can be joyful days where pedestrians and cyclists are the bosses on the streets. Pedestrians and cyclists can enjoy the city more than ever, traveling on roads that are otherwise dangerous or difficult to cross. On car-free Sundays, we can transform cities from places you want to leave as quickly as possible because of the noise of pollution to places you actually love being, with pop-up events, pop-up activities, and a lot of pleasant activities in the streets normally dominated by cars. And we can go next. Yep. Those monthly car-free Sundays can boost the local economy of the city by those events and activities that are organized in the framework of car-free Sundays. It stimulates entrepreneurship, moving away from car dependency, can improve economic performance, not only to reduce collision and fatalities, pollution and infrastructure expenditures, but also by bringing people closer together and creating the types of places that are the most attractive and the most productive. And in the end, those monthly car-free Sundays are also days just meant to be pleasant and joyful. People can discover parts of the city otherwise very unpleasant to be, and where people can take the streets for festivals, for events, just to sit on the street and picnic and so on. So here you see some of the on some of the pictures activities that happen on streets normally dominated by cars. And finally, all public transport should be free on car-free Sundays, as it is encouraged that people maximally leave their homes and participate in activities and remain as good as possible, able to travel, visit friends, visit family. And therefore also for now we propose to implement the car-free Sundays in cities with more than 50,000 inhabitants, to not disable people in more rural areas where there is no public transport, to make travel and to visit other people. So, and to conclude, in general, our sustainable mobility program aims to make the model shift to less cars, mainly by positive investments, such as massive investments in public transport and in bicycle infrastructure. With, for example, investing in trains, launching the concept of the 15-minute cities, building new bike lines. Our policies are not a battle against automobilists and people depending on cars. This policy of car-free Sunday can further stimulate the positive stimulants to generate the model shift to less cars, because it encourages people 12 days a year to live without a car and let them explore other forms of transport like biking, walking and public transport. Some people who like it might even do it spontaneously more often on other days than car-free Sunday, certainly when our car-free Sundays are accompanied by decent awareness campaigns as mentioned in the beginning. Thanks for your attention. Are there questions? Any other questions?
Yes. Since I have a microphone, I might as well. No, my question is more of a debate challenging. Is this the right way to reduce air pollution? Because on Sundays is when traffic is traditionally the lowest. So I know that in the 1 day a year car-free Sunday in Brussels, there is a strong reduction in air pollution, but it's still marginal in the sense that it's the problem is usually during the week, and what you will do if you have this every month is that you will have mobility problems for people who need their cars for any reason. I mean, they could be people with reduced mobility or simply older people that can walk less difficultly and that they don't have the statute of reduced mobility. It can be people with children that have activities and so on. So I mean, this can be a drastic thing and maybe not a popular policy which will not help us become elected.
I think on the first point, of course, 12 days a year is not a structural reduction of air pollution. I also mentioned that during the presentation. But the main purpose would be to create awareness about the issues. And of course, as mentioned, it will be limited to cities with more than 50,000 inhabitants, where there is, in most cases, public transport available, which should be free on car-free Sundays. In addition, of course, we should make sure that even on car-free Sundays, people are as good as possible able to visit friends, visit family, to go to the shop, and so on. But in general, I think once it may be unpopular before we launch it, but after it's launched, I think it can generate a lot of enthusiasm. For example, if you see the annual car-free Sunday in Brussels, it's always the streets full of people on places where normally cars are driving. So I think that a lot of people would enjoy it. And the combination with the awareness that we create for the health effects, for the public health effects, for the environmental aspects, I think it can have a considerable impact. Yes.
Just give the microphone so that people at home can also.
I know lots of people who live in big cities, and when it's the car-free Sunday, they leave the city and they go somewhere else for the day. So aren't you just moving the pollution out of the cities? The people who would have stayed in the cities stay in the cities anyway and benefit from the empty streets. And everyone else drives 100 kilometers to the Ardennes or somewhere else and pollutes the Ardennes or the seaside. Maybe they do 10 times more kilometers on the Sunday than they would have done staying at home. And a further point would be, aren't we aware anyway of what's going on in pollution? They talk about it every day on the news, every news outlet. Who doesn't know about pollution and the goal of having cycle paths and more bus lanes? And I can tell you that the bus lanes on the 411 are normally empty, and bus lanes in most places are empty, and there's therefore longer traffic jams creating more pollution. So aren't we just producing more pollution by sending everyone out of the cities on car-free Sundays?
There may be anecdotal examples of that, but your hypothesis is not supported by the mobility and air pollution data. So there are the data from the reference measurement stations. Then, yeah, we have mobility data, and there is no huge. Yeah, because we can't do also do a presentation of 2 hours, but I mean. Now, but if you look to the air pollution and mobility data, we clearly see on car-free Sundays, the pollution drops in the cities, but there is no jump, there's no increase in pollution in other parts of the country, and we also don't see a massive increase in mobility data. What we see in the cities is that record numbers of pedestrians and cyclists are in the city, so there are more people on the streets in the cities on car-free Sundays. So it's a valid concern, but based on the data, it's not really supported by the data. That is a huge problem.
Yeah, I wanted to react to this point because I don't think, as Bram already said, it's not about the pollution now. I think what the aim with this 12 days in a year is to create an easy psychological transition to a car-friendly or like a car-unfriendly city center, right? If people see 12 days a year where they see no cars in the city center, they're more easily saying, okay, like this street, I'm okay if there's no cars for the rest of the year. Then they're like, then we decrease the amount of cars in the city center. This is ultimately what we want, right? So for these 12 days now, pollution is not going to drop. Maybe you're right, it's going to increase somewhere else, maybe not. But I feel like this is an important step for the very car-heavy city centers in Belgium to decrease the cars within the center.
Why don't you offer 1 day a week free public transport every week to get people more towards...
That's another proposal.
And is the car-free Sunday a Volt Europe policy or just a Belgian policy?
Who wants to answer this question? It's a Belgian policy, so Bruce is asking if it's a Belgian policy or not, or European or not. It's Belgian policy. And your other question was, why don't we do 1 day free public transport in a week? Bram? Yeah.
Of course, there's something else that we can consider. It would be another proposal to make 1 day a week free public transport. That would be another proposal that's not in contradiction with the car-free Sunday proposal.
And on car-free Sundays, the public transport should be free.
Okay, we have one more question, and I think then we will go to the next subject again. Hello.
Hello, thank you. So it's not actually a question, just, I mean, there's little to add to what Manon already said, but I fully support this idea, and I do think that it's more of a symbolic activity, of course. And even if the pollution wouldn't be reduced at all by this, it would help to show people how nice a city center without cars could be, to help people to make a decision to change their habits, and not because I think using cars is often just because people don't think about it. And I think for this it would be a very important step. And I also trust the data on the traffic that Bram already shared. So I think it would even have this effect, but more important is the incentivizing of people to think about a life with less cars, in particular in the cities. Thanks.
Thank you. Luigi, I saw your hand. No? Okay. Anybody else still wants to... Emeric?
Yeah, no, I still have my microphone. No, I just wanted to ask one small question and also to react on what was said. Is the have you thought also on what would be the impact on people needing to take the train, for example? Because most train stations are now in city centers. I'm talking about cities like Antwerp, like Leuven, which would be concerned by this policy. To be able to even take the train, if you live outside of the city, you probably don't have a public transport alternative going there, and you can't even reach the station. So, I mean, then it starts to go into exceptions. And I think this symbolic measure is not so symbolic because it will affect millions of people, especially if it happens every week. And we have to think about our electability every month, sorry. But we have to think about our electability, and today we have car-free Sundays once a year. Maybe that's not enough, it's true. But I think we should reflect on like how also we want to be perceived as a party. That's, in my opinion, it's very important to see how we are reflected as a party and how we can be electable.
I think, of course, that when we introduce it, that of course it should be accompanied by as much as possible support measures. For example, make sure there is public transport to the stations from as many as possible places in the cities. That's also one of the reasons we say we limit it to cities with more than 50,000 people, because in most cases there is a decent public transport system available, and it can be extra supported on car-free Sundays. Well, of course, people in rural areas can still travel to places where there's public transport to reach the city, etc.
One more comment, and then we will really go to the next subject.
This might be a very good idea, and at first face value, it's probably a very good idea. The only thing is, and I like that comment from in the front very much, if we have such an idea, it's very important to think through the consequences and argue the benefits of such an idea in the same fashion so that we do not come up with new ideas in such a conversation. So if we develop policies, first of all, I would say make this a Europe-wide policy. But secondly, if you have such a policy, make the arguments very strong so that everybody who leaves this room understands why this is a good idea. And then if the pollution is not an argument, but the idea to get people used to cities without traffic, that's maybe another argument, but let's make it sure that everybody has the same views on this. So that would be my comment on every policy that we have, because that's generally the general thing that I have on every policy that we have. We have probably not yet thought through all the consequences in the right way.
But a lot of these problems have already been solved in other places. It's like we don't actually have to reinvent this. You can look at places where people are similarly car crazy, like Germany or whatever. They're probably having these conversations in Bavaria. We don't have to reinvent everything all the time.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we go, or do you have one last remark, Bram? No. Okay, before we go to the next item, Emmerich wants to say something.
No, it was about the votes, that they are already open for the policies. So you can vote actually, so it's one form for all the policies, but you can already open the link and you can already open the votes and vote on it now, and you can come back and vote on it again, or you can even, your Google form should be saved automatically by your cookies. So it should be easy to do it as we go along. You can start voting per policy. And it's open until 4:30, as Xander said earlier.
Okay, then in the planning, the next policy was the nuclear energy policy, but we will do that later in the afternoon. So we will first present you a smart drugs policy for Belgium, and after the economic renaissance capital gain tax policy. Let's first go to the smart health drugs policy for Belgium. It's the second and last policy I will presenting myself, and after that I will give the floor to other presenters. So Volt Belgium proposes, there's no presentations, so yeah, you have to listen. Volt Belgium proposes a new pragmatic approach to deal with drugs. We should move away from receipts in the past that have failed and strive for a balanced approach, acknowledging the war on drugs has failed, recognizing that drugs can have harmful effects, accepting that individuals can have a certain degree of freedom in the use of substances, as long as this freedom does not hinder fellow people's freedom, and acknowledging the potential therapeutic effect of some drugs like cannabis under certain conditions. So we propose 4 things. The first thing we propose is to, for medical cannabis, to fully legalize the use of cannabis for medical needs. So in some specific treatments, under certain conditions, it may have, for example, analgesic or anti-inflammatory effects, potentially of use in some diseases such as pain management or multiple sclerosis. And benefits and risks should be assessed and determined in the same way as for other medicines available on the market. And as long as the risks are acceptable, doctors should have the freedom to prescribe medicines based on cannabis or for medical conditions for which there is evidence in scientific literature that it may be beneficial. The second part is to legalize and regulate the sales and use of cannabis for non-medical purposes. We want to regulate the sales of soft drugs. Under this regulation, products based on marijuana cannabis can be sold in certain design stores under control of the government. It's a little bit similar to the alcohol policy of, for example, Sweden and Norway, where they sell alcohol in specific stores. We would not do that for alcohol, but we would consider to introduce in Belgium that system for cannabis. The government here should guarantee that all drugs sold in certified stores should meet the highest quality requirements and be safe to use for the end user. As for tobacco and alcohol, there will be taxes and excise duties levied on those cannabis-based products. Those products can only be sold and bought in specific stores. But I already mentioned that. And for clarity, we propose to enact this model of sales only on cannabis and not on the sales of alcohol and cigarettes will remain available everywhere where they are available today. Third point, we will work towards the decriminalization of hard drugs. As is also mentioned in for example, the European mapping of policies, Portugal's progressive legislation and attitude towards drugs addiction has shown that the current predominant model of war on drugs does not and will not work. Volt intends to emulate Portugal's model and decriminalize drugs possession under a certain threshold. This will free up policy resources to follow up on large-scale drug smuggling and barrier victimization. It will enable European and Belgian societies to treat addiction as a medical and not a criminal problem. So that's actually a paragraph originating from the European mapping of policies. And then the fourth and last point, we want to educate people, increase awareness campaigns and addiction programs. So at the same time, people should be aware of the detrimental effects of drugs. Drugs like cannabis or cocaine do pose some risk on our health, such as increased cardiovascular risk. With the excise and tax money raised from the sales of cannabis, the government will sharply increase awareness campaigns regarding the negative effects of all kinds of drugs and substances. In addition, there will be specifically more money dedicated to addiction programs to help people with addiction to certain substances to look for help in an appropriate and fast manner. People with an addiction should be helped profoundly and as soon as possible, maximally reducing any waiting times and waiting rows for those addiction programs. That's it. Thanks. Maybe one thing. So I presented this drugs policy, but we've developed this drugs policy in a policy event in Antwerp some weeks ago, where we were with a lot of people. So we co-wrote it there, so to also give credit to other people.
Okay, so the hands for the questions can be up. I saw Arno had a pressing question.
Thanks a lot, Bram, for the presentation. My question would be, why was a need identified to develop this policy at a Belgian level when drug addiction is a European problem in and of itself, and we already have an existing policy on soft drugs at the European level?
I think this policy is in line with European mapping of policies. So some paragraphs are even copied from the European policy. But as far as we could find, on the specific, there was no detailed program in the European program for example, the medical cannabis and the cannabis for non-medical purposes. For example, there was a large part about the decriminalization of hard drugs, like in Portugal, but about the soft drugs, it was very limited, only 1 or 2 sentences that we could find in the program.
So why are we then proposing this in our Belgian silo rather than on a European level?
I think we can certainly also forward our proposal to European level and see if we can work together with other countries there to elaborate on it and to include it in the making of policies there.
Does anyone have anything to add to this specific subject? Okay.
I just want to maybe add to your concerns and questions. And then during one of the other policy events in Brussels at Brewdog, we had the input from Joël Böhme, who is from Volt Sweden, and his input was very, let's say, interesting. He said that at European level, there is of course this guideline that says, okay, soft drugs and drugs in general should be treated in a more let's say, progressive way, but every European country has currently a very different stance on soft drugs. And so it makes sense to look at the national level and to look, okay, where are we now? Where do we want to go? And to find the sweet spot that is adapted to that national context. And I think this is exactly what Bram here and others have been doing. And I think that's why this policy is relevant for Belgium in the current form.
Anyone else wants to add something to the divide national and European? Two of you? Okay, I will go to Nadia first and then I will go to Bruce.
So how is this different from the situation in the Netherlands? Because the prevalence of drug-related hard crime, violent crime, including threats to prosecutors, journalists, is on the rise, both in the Netherlands and in Sweden. In the Netherlands, to the point where the Spiegel wrote a feature article with a title, Käse, Koks und Killer, about this. So the question is, how is it different? And two, is it really the right time to be introducing this when killings are on the rise?
I think this policy, the exact aim of this policy is also to to decrease the number of drug-related crimes. When, for example, when cannabis will be sold by the government, which is not exactly the case in the Netherlands, this is not the same system. When the government will control the sales of this cannabis, then it will compete with the criminal market, and it will the existence of the criminal market, is in danger because of this policy. And also, as you mentioned, for example, in Portugal, the system is working good, and we want to, as mentioned, also accompany awareness campaigns and addiction programs. Invest money in that from the tax revenue we get from the cannabis. And work closely with experts to see how the system can be developed in the best way to, in the end, have just a decrease in drugs-related crimes and not an increase. Yes, sure. Thank you for your comment.
Bruce, was this also a question related to the European national question?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
I think the two subjects are quite different, soft drugs, hard drugs, and I prefer to vote on them as individual propositions. A soft drug policy is because I think you can only vote for yes or no. And I would vote one way in one policy and a different way in the other policy.
Okay, so you're proposing to have a separate vote. I don't know if this is technically possible, this GA. Okay, so Arno says...
No. The only thing I would say is if you think that the policy should be developed on a different level, or if you think that the policy should be split in two, you should vote the policy down.
Because we have another question. Okay. So, gentle sir, your question.
Yes, it's a bit in line with what Bruce was saying. I think that you need to make a distinction between soft drugs and hard drugs. For example, soft drugs, cannabis, magic mushroom, that's clear. Heroin, that's also clear. But there's a whole gray area in between. Ecstasy, for example, cocaine, where does it classify in? So I think the policy itself is a good starting point, but it's nearly nowhere near complete. It needs to be much more elaborate. also on the health part thing, I think what you're missing out is, okay, cannabis can have a beneficial effect, but can be dangerous in combination with, for example, alcohol. Other drugs, tobacco, it's very dangerous, it's no health benefit at all. Why isn't that being left out of the policy? So I think it's a good start, this policy, but it's nowhere near complete.
Thank you.
Maybe to clarify one thing, if you read a proposal, it doesn't propose to do the same with the hard drugs and the soft drugs. So I would recommend before you vote to read the proposal, because it talks about the legalization of marijuana and cannabis, but there is not a legalization of the hard drugs. There only is written work towards the decriminalization of hard drugs. That's not the same as legalization.
I agree with that, but you're missing, for example, just cannabis. But for example, magic mushroom is also a soft drug, harmless, beneficial health. Ecstasy is a bit the gray area. So the distinction is.
Yeah, our proposal is clear. It only deals with the legalization of cannabis, not of the other.
So we have one more question by Amail, and then I think we have to go to the next item.
It's just a response to the Portugal thing. I think Volt works on best practices, and according to the data, which I researched within 3 minutes, so might be completely wrong, maybe you're better informed than me, but according to the data I've got, drug-related deaths, for example, in Portugal since 2001, when they started having legalizing or decriminalizing, drugs, the drug-related deaths have gone down. Same for crime. Same for actually level of drug use, which has been lower than in most European countries. And in general, deaths because of drugs are much lower than the average in Europe. So I think that does apply as best practice for Europe. Fair enough.
Okay, then we will go. Any closing remarks by Bram? No? Okay. Then we will go to the next subject.
Yes. The next subject is actually the capital gain tax proposal. But has anyone seen Roderick? Because he messaged me he would be here, but I did not see him. So then we also have to skip that to go to the next, I think. No? Then we have the nuclear energy policy. No. You have a microphone. Yeah, we will wait to see if he will show up. If he doesn't show up, we will discuss it without the presentation, but we will see if he shows up or not.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, sorry, we're loading the presentation. So, okay, I'll try to be concise. I'm famous for my lengthy explanations. So, yes. So, nuclear energy policy, what we try to do here is to have a clear, let's say, high-level document that states the point of our policy. Our vision, not vision, no, sorry. Is it coming?
Yes.
Sorry.
It's just slow.
Okay. Yeah, so it's to have a clear standpoint within Volt Belgium about nuclear energy. So maybe a little bit of context before, when the slide is going to come. What is why is this relevant? Why is this important? So today, as you will see on the first slide, this is the Belgian energy mix. Sorry. No, first slide. We have to get rid of Google Drive. this one. So this is our current energy mix in Belgium. Electricity mix in Belgium. The red part of the graph. So on the right-hand side pie chart, what you can see is the red part is the electricity generated by nuclear energy in 2021. The yellow-orange part is by renewables, mostly solar and wind, and a little bit of biomass. And the gray part is all others. And on the left side, you see the detail of what that means, the all others. And it's mostly gas and a little bit of mazout. So that was in 2021. You can go to the next slide. This was just to see what it was in this month. So since the beginning of April, well, it's been very sunny. So you can see the renewable share has increased. And it's it's been more. So it's important to realize this because in Belgium we've decided, or the previous government has decided, to close all the nuclear power plants by the end of 2025, and 2 of them are starting at the end of this year. So you see that all this red part will basically be replaced by gas power plants. Then, you can go to the next slide. This is just a timeline, but maybe it's not so interesting to talk about it. It's the timeline of the closure. You can go to the next slide and the next one. And you see, this is a picture of what this would mean. There are 3 scenarios. One where we would have 0 nuclear power plants in operation. We would have an increase in CO2 emission from energy production of 31% by 2030 and still 17% by 2050. And scenario when we keep some nuclear plants open or all of them, you can see the reduction that this would lead, because it's in combination. So this is just keeping the existing nuclear plants and continue to develop very strongly renewable energy. Something else important, you can go to the next slide, is what do Belgians think about it? So I took a few polls. This is from Ipsos and Le Soir, and there you can see that 73% of Belgians are actually in favor to have an electricity mix combining nuclear power and renewable energy. So on a purely electoral basis, there is a strong support within the Belgian population to have this, and even more so when you know that at the end of 2025 we will actually replace all of them by gas power plants, and there's only 13% of support from this. You can go to the next one, and this is another. By the way, all of these polls, they're older polls from before the war in Ukraine. They're from end of 2021, so now this has even shifted even further. And so this is another one by RTL TV. So that's it. That's it for the presentation. And so, what does this policy present? Well, it's a policy that wants to repeal the law of closure by a sunset date, to keep the reactor open as long as it's feasible and safe, and to also continue to develop renewable energy and find alternative sources, and also improve the quality of nuclear power today. That means, again, looking at recycling of waste into new fuel. This is something that was done in the past. It has been stopped in the 90s for several reasons. And so we want to give a renewal of nuclear energy for the future of our energy mix. I'm open for any questions or comments.
Reinier?
Yes, thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks for the presentation. Perhaps you are aware that on the 7th of May at the European General Assembly, there will also be a vote on European renewed policy on nuclear. Have you taken into account how this policy will relate to that policy?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yes, indeed. So this policy is not a copy of what is happening at the European level, but it's taking into account what is hopefully going to be voted on the 7th of May, and mostly focuses on what we do with keeping existing nuclear power plants open for the elections in 2024 that we have in Belgium. What you have to understand also that I think is important here as a movement is that this is the first, I wouldn't call it draft, but this is the first throw at having an actual position on nuclear energy within Volt Belgium, but it needs to be refined for all the nitty-gritty details of how we would like to implement it. So I encourage any one of you that wants to work on this topic to reach out to me, and we can make like a better, more complete policy for in the future, and that will then be fully in line with what will be voted on in European level. And why do I say that it's now in line with what's in Europe? It's because we are saying that we want to keep the current nuclear plants open and not replace them purely with gas-fired power plants.
Did I saw a hand back there in the left. Did you have a question?
It was one of my questions. Other question is, does this include supply of uranium that from where we get, does this proposal include where we'll get it, where the origin is from? Because if most regions that export uranium are also authoritarian states.
So it's a very good question. Thank you for it. So currently there's no specific section on this about the supply of uranium, but it's something that I really would like to see it being put forward in the like, let's say, in this revised or in this improved policy. The only thing that's talked about the fuel in this policy is about the recycling. So about actually using less raw uranium. So that would mean also less imports. But there are no specific parts on this. But I think this is very important today. And to be fair, I would hope that this would not be a Volt thing that changes this. That all countries would change their supply strategy now.
Any more questions? I think I saw Kim as one of the first.
I'm wondering whether campaigning to keep the nuclear power plants is a good idea, considering that, for example, the Netherlands has actually taken Belgium to court regarding the unsafeness of the existing power plants because they're aged. They should actually have been retired already some time ago. We just keep on extending it. I'm wondering whether Volt needs to be actually championing new nuclear power plants as opposed to just saying that we should keep the ones which we know are actually becoming increasingly unsafe. And so, yes, so that's my question, whether we should actually be keeping that nuclear renewable mix, but actually saying we need to be reinvesting in the nuclear side of the power of the electricity mix in a much bolder way, including new power plants which are nuclear in nature or thermonuclear.
Is it to add to this? Yes, exactly what we said. One sentence.
Yeah, just do you know how long it takes to build new power plants?
Kim says 20 years. Emmerich, do you want to respond to Kim?
No, it's a good point you raise. I hope you can hear me with this. Is it fine? It's a good point you raise because unfortunately, it's the political landscape today has created this feeling. Sorry about this. Has created this feeling of this unsafeness. So of course we don't want to operate unsafe power plants, and I think the operator nor the politics wants to do this. The current plants, they are not unsafe. They're also not aging or old. They were designed and built in the 70s and the 80s. And if you see now in the world, in Switzerland, they will have the oldest nuclear power plants in Europe. They are extending their life, which is a bit of a weird way to say it, but because it's not like a person that you extend its life, it's a machine that you replace parts. And so when you replace the parts, the point is that you always keep it up to its highest level. So I think that the very important part, and this is outside of the policy, is that Volt, if it starts to have public awareness, is that we have to also teach and educate the public about what the reality and what's the myth. And of course, investing in new nuclear is something that we should consider, think about, but like your colleague next to you said, it takes a lot of time, so we have to start now to think about it, but it's not a solution for 2025. And it's also something that we will need to see exactly what happens at the European level, because on existing power plants there's a very much a consensus, but on new ones it's a bit more complicated at the European level. So I think that actually for all these reasons, this policy really focuses on this. And when you saw the energy mix of Belgium today, well, we have more than 50% that is supplied today with the existing power plants, and it doesn't make any sense to retire them because they are not old. They don't have any problems. This is just literally a political myth, and this is what blows my mind to some ways.
Okay, we will have room for 2 more questions, one from Bruce and one from you there.
Just out of interest, have you got consumption projections for the next 10 years for electricity in Belgium, considering that so many places want to go full electric on cars, and how much more electricity is going to be consumed, and whether we even have the capacity to produce energy that will be needed in 5 or 10 years without any new plants?
So the website that the institute that I took the numbers from, not this one, this one, that comes from Ember, and Ember has done these projections. Now, the thing is that, and if you see just at the Belgian level, the way the minister is today doing these projections is very debatable. So they're using ELIA, which is the grid manager, and they're doing adequacy studies, which is basically relating to future potential demands. And, you know, it can go in a lot of ways depending on your assumptions. And really, this is nearly a debate of ideas to either be pro or against nuclear in this debate. So yes, I have looked at some of these numbers. It's very tricky to predict the future, but most studies from Ember, they will have some increase in electrification. Now, bear in mind, electrifying all electric cars, I think it's 15% extra consumption. So it's not the consumption the problem, but it's when you're going to consume it. That's going to be the challenge. And this is where the experts tend to want to disagree depending on which side of the bar they're on.
Another question from here.
So what would this policy also mean more government funds for research into recycling of nuclear waste, and would it mean via public initiative or private initiative? Like, is there any specified plans for that?
Thanks for the question. It's interesting because I think if we want to cover the topic itself, we would need an entire day to cover the entire topic. I didn't talk about the money part of the funding part, but there is a section on this in the policy that we've written. Today, what we want is that nuclear energy is profitable without any government support. So today, we don't want government support. We just want to create a safe and clear environment for investments to happen in a clear way. Now, today, a lot of nuclear operators, they just want to leave the industry because it changes, the government changes the rule every 5 years after every election, basically. And it doesn't, this is a high risk investment in the sense that you have to invest billions of euros, and if you don't know that you can operate for 50 years or 40 years, then it makes your investment very expensive. So today, we just focus on this also because this is what the European policy wants. We don't want to put public funding into nuclear energy except for like research on generation 4 SMR and fusion energy. This is something we can talk about in the future on how we want to refine the pure public funding, but today there would not be any public support. It would be to the full cost of the electricity, so the operator's costs for waste, for recycling, but it will be enabling the legal framework to
allow all this to happen and to enable it.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for anyone that has a question still. We have to move to the next item. Emerick, do you want any closing remarks? No? Okay, then I want to thank you, Emerick, for your presentation. And sadly, Roderick is not able to go down here, but he will present the next policy from here. So the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. My policy proposal was on a rather touchy subject, perhaps, taxes. Something I guess everyone kind of hates. But still, the proposal is to actually add a new tax to the Belgian tax code, a capital gains tax. That's actually basically what we'll be voting on is, do we actually want a capital gains tax? Do we think capital gains should be taxed in Belgium? Because it is not at this moment. Do we think as Volt that it should be? That's actually basically it. But I'll try to convince you and give you a little bit more information to substantiate your vote. So as Volt, we want to actively combat inequality, which has been rising in our Western societies for a couple of decades now. And one of the main reasons for that is that there's a big discrepancy in the rate of growth of capital versus income out of labor. Therefore, we think, or I think, that we should look at capital to rebalance our burden of taxation. So, to be clear, capital gains tax is a tax on individuals, individual income gained out of the growth of value of a capital asset. Think of property or financial assets like stocks and bonds. So we do not, it's not necessarily our aim to actually increase the burden of taxation. It's rather a rebalancing. It's a measure to make taxation more fair. Therefore, we are convinced that we should do it. And to ensure that fairness, one of the main aspects of how we would tax capital gains is that it should be progressive. So a person who, let's say, gets €1,000 out of capital gains in a year should, of course, not be taxed at the same rate as a person who has €100,000 of capital income in a year, which seems logical, but it's really not the case that capital is taxed in a progressive way in Belgium, and actually not in a lot of countries. So therefore, it's a progressive tax. But of course, there were some remarks by people who were in the discussion who said, well, perhaps we should really try to protect the people who have a little bit of income from capital, like, let's say, pensions. We should not punish them for looking for a nest egg for later, which for a part will be solved through the progressiveness of the tax. But also we would be looking at certain exemptions. For example, it's a right of people to have a house or to have shelter. Therefore, one exemption could be that a person's house would not be taxed when it's sold. For example, when a pensioner goes from his family home into an apartment, it would be cruel to actually decrease his purchasing power for an apartment by taxing the sale of the primary home. which seems fair. Of course, we would cap that at a certain level. We do not want €1,000,000 homes to be regarded as the same as a €150,000 home. So that's actually basically it. It's a tax to combat inequality and to stimulate people to work, because it could give us a way to lighten the burden of taxation on labor. And it's actually a first step in a global view at taxation, in which we would look at capital as a sustainable source of taxation for the future, and a way to combat inequality, to make sure that people contribute in a way they can, in a fair way. And this is the first step. And we were actually thinking of making it our goal of just having a global income tax, not particularly look at what the source of income is. If it's capital, labor, just look at a person's income and tax that. But that's not actually what we're talking about. We are, at this moment, you're going to be voting on a capital gains tax, a fairer tax, and a better sharing in the burden of taxation between all groups of society. Thank you.
Thank you. So if anyone has any questions, please raise your hands. And I will also ask Rodrigo to prepare himself to do the next policy update. Yes.
Hi, everybody. I'm Omri. I'm sorry for spamming the WhatsApp chat earlier on. And I think there's some great work being presented here. So this is not to target any of the policies that have been presented, but as a general question to all of us, why do we need policies? Why are we talking about this? I think that if our priority is to get elected, policy does not make a difference to that, to electability. There's no impact. You see now Marine Le Pen running with a policy manifesto that makes no sense, contradicts itself, it doesn't make a difference. Now, we want to have policies, you know, good for us, we're nice people, we want to do science-based policy and make the world a better place, but how do we actually get elected? And I'm saying this because we need to start the discussion potentially on the political positions that we want to have in terms of how they impact the people that we want to vote for us. So I passionately agree with everything that has been said now on a personal basis with the last two policies that I saw. But we need to ask ourselves, you know, who else does, how much they care about these issues, and how does creating that coalition of people who care about this political position lead us to a political coalition that allows us to get elected. And I think that's where we need to start our discussion. So I don't want to derail the debate here, because I think it's really important that you get your work through to where it needs to be. But I think that we sort of need to reverse engineer, you know, the coalition of voters that we want to have in place and the issues that we want to engage them on. So rather than talking about the nitty-gritty details of decommissioning this reactor or that aspect of the tax code versus another, which are all very important details when it comes to policy making, but they're not important details when it comes to getting elected, I think we need to also discuss how we actually come to the conclusion that this is an important issue to engage, who we engage it with, and how we communicate it and campaign on it in a way that actually gets us across the line. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think it deviates a little bit from the policies we are discussing here. So I will give the opportunity to Maël to respond quickly. But afterwards, I would suggest we go back to the capital gains tax, and maybe afterwards we can have this discussion.
Yeah, just quickly. I'm just going to quickly respond because I am working on policy here for Belgium. So I think we need to kind of step back and see that there's two reasons for why we write policies. Firstly, because we want to get elected, and in order to get elected, there's clearly some clear positions that we need to take as well, Belgium, and there are positions that are less important, or we can even say completely doesn't matter what position we take during the elections. But the thing is that we also have to think about once we are elected, if we are elected, let's hope we are, that we're not stuck with a program that is based off three things like Marine Le Pen. You took Marine Le Pen's example, but if Marine Le Pen ends up being elected, she's got no clue what she's doing there. And she probably won't have a clue. She won't be prepared. She doesn't have a program. So if we are elected, we do still need a program in order to be able to make policy once we are in there. Thank you, sorry.
Nadia says it might also be a reason why we join the party, because we resonate with the policies. But let's not deviate too much from this. Please, we have the capital gains tax policy. Does anyone have something to say about the capital gains? Yes? The capital gains, okay.
I would just like to understand the difference between being fair and taxation. Surely if you want to be fair, you should be thinking about getting rid of inheritance tax or increasing the threshold. In many countries now, Spain, Portugal, whatever, per person inheritance tax is 400,000 euros. In Belgium, the minute you get to, I think, 30, 40,000 as a child inheriting from a parent, you start paying taxes at 40, 50,000 euros, which means that's very unfair. If your parents have died and their house is being sold and split up, you're being taxed on something they've paid taxes on, and this is going to affect much more the lower income people than the higher income people. So shouldn't we be looking at that rather than capital gains tax, which is, of course, people who have built businesses, made some money, paid a lot of tax if they don't use all the loopholes that are there to avoid paying taxes. That person who has built up capital has paid a lot of tax. And in Belgium, it is progressive. You pay more and more and more and more. I've owned businesses all over the world, and I can tell you the tax rates in different countries are different. In Belgium, I paid my corporate tax. I didn't have holding companies outside. I employed people. I have employees that still work for the company that I sold. So I think it's social structure, social coherence, more important. Taxing me or other people who built companies when they've already paid a lot of taxes, I think it's a bit pushing it. I'd much prefer to see my employees, when their parents die, that they get full inheritance rather than having to give half of it to the government. That would be fair.
Thank you. Roderick, do you want to answer this? Yes?
So I think we will have to be careful in what we actually are talking about. Inheritance taxation could be considered as a part of a capital gains tax policy, but we actually consciously steered clear of that because it's a very touchy issue. And then the corporate taxation is actually another policy, so I can't really talk about that. That's someone else's responsibility at this moment. So when it comes to the individual income out of capital gains, that's, well, yeah, you could be argued that people take risks. People actually try to build up capital. That's of course true, and we don't want to punish that. Therefore, we do want to think about, well, actually, sorry, that, for example, if you look at the way taxation could be progressive, you don't really punish people in the starting phases of their building up of capital. It's only at the latter stages that you will actually contribute larger amounts, and then that's a purely political choice. Excuse me.
You pay tax progressively as you build up your capital. Every euro you make, you have paid taxes on it. It's the net amount of your capital gains
No. Mm. No, let's. Of on labor perhaps, and a couple of smaller sources like dividends, but. Yes, but then the appreciation of the shares is not really anything you have a lot of merit on in general.
Okay, Roderick, do you have one last remark on this?
No, I just think that the appreciation of the value of capital assets is generally not really something that you should be proud of yourself. It's a function of how society actually grows our economies. You have. Admittedly, there's some risk involved. Actually, the richer you get, the less there is risk. Weirdly enough. So I think it's fair to at least look at it and to actually just tax it at a progressive rate. Look at how we will support, for example, we can look at, well, we will support companies in their early stages, and then only when those companies are liquidated and actually there's money made from the capital assets, then we will look at taxation. And it's fair because we actually helped as a society for this company to succeed in the first place. So there's actually no reason why society wouldn't be there at the end of the bargain and then say, well, we helped you start out, we helped you grow. Now, can we get also a little share of the pie, please?
Sorry.
I think we have to close. I'm sorry, but you can.
Wil je echt iets zeggen? Ik wil het afsluiten. Ja, dan is Jasper eerst. Ja. Maar ik wil het eigenlijk afsluiten. Ja. Okay, everybody, thank you. Sorry, but we're running short of time, so we have to go to the next item. Sorry, not all questions has been answered. Maybe afterwards you can still go to Roderick, and we hope to keep on the discussions alive as far as possible. But for now, it's your place.
Oh. Absolutely. Hello, everyone. Can you all hear me? Yeah, I'm usually a pretty loud person. So my name is Rodrigo. I'm the policy facilitator. Yes, I'm an education policy facilitator. I've been in this position for about a year and a half. I'm going to present a little bit about our current strategy. Doesn't mean it's our permanent strategy. We are always trying to improve. And two policies. One I created, the other one Eric down there created. And then David is going to present two more policies, education policies. And then Dominique remotely, hopefully it's going to work. But first of all, I would like to thank everyone who has been participating in the education policy calls. It's a decent time commitment. So Eric, thank you so much. David, thank you so much for creating the policies. Dominique, in the cloud, thank you so much. Now, Lavesh, Sarah, they're all contributing a lot. And that's very important. Otherwise, there are policies that are not going to create by themselves, right? So, just a second. Those who have been here and vote for a little bit more time, you probably saw this slide a couple of times already. This is mostly for the new members, just to show more or less what we are up against when you talk about education policy here in Belgium. So, as you know, mostly the education is a responsibility of the communities. The federal level has very few competences in terms of education. And we also have the freedom of education here in Belgium, since you have different schools, private schools, public schools, European schools, religious schools. So it's really hard to try to impose different curriculums or different structures that would work for every single school, that they would accept that. So just bear that in mind. Change, please. Okay, so our current education policy strategy, it's based a little bit in some of the feedback we got from the previous GA. For example, thank you, Kim. You mentioned that we were talking too much about curriculum change, and we wanted to say that we should focus more in kind of structural change. So think about education policy structure, everything that is not related to curriculum, because it's really hard for us to impose a different curriculum, to renew the school curriculum. In Belgium, you have to have approved for the teachers, staff, parents, and so on. It's not easy. And what you're going to have in terms of curriculum, it's kind of going to be a letter of intent, a smart curriculum, which is going to just try to transmit a little bit of our values to potential voters. So if we say we would like that every single student learns well about sustainability or minority rights, you name it, doesn't mean we're going to be able to impose that on every single school, but potential voters, potential families, they're going to see that and say, oh, so this party, Vote Belgium, they believe that sustainability is an important thing. They believe that minority rights is an important thing. I also believe on the same things. So it's more like to transmit our values. You talk about like not creating so much policy, but showing our values to potential voters. And yes? Please don't hold the bottom of the microphone, that will interfere with the... Oh, sorry. And also, a lot of you already mentioned, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. We are a pan-European party. We have chapters all over Europe, and we have the mapping of policy on the European level. So if they have some education policies that are pretty decent, they could work in Germany or in the Netherlands, and they could work out here in Belgium, why not? Or literally copy and paste if they are completely suitable, or just replicate with transplant here with some modifications to adapt for the Belgian level. We already did that with the European mapping of policies. We are currently taking a look at the two main chapters, right? German and the Dutch one. We are taking a look at the German one now, and we're going to take a look at the Dutch chapter to see which other policies in education they have that we could use here just to save some time for us. Next, please. So this is what we use to focus on different areas. We're still focusing on these areas. But if you look at, for instance, sustainability, politics, civic education, life professional skills, they're essentially all curriculum. So we're going to leave that for this greater document we're going to create about smart curriculum and mental and physical health, more teaching resources, community living a little bit. We're going to separate in different policies. Okay, so this is literally a print screen of one of our main documents that we are working on. So just for you to understand how our process works. Right now, what is in blue, we're going to be presenting here today some education policies. What is in yellow, we already have some volunteers taking charge of these policies. For the next, ideally, they're going to create the policy. We're going to review the policy a couple of times during our calls. And then, if everything's finished and ready, we're going to present in our next GA, October, November this year. We still don't have the date. And keep going on and on. The red ones, we gave up. We thought they are not that important. It's not a big issue at the moment for policies, education policies in Belgium. And some of them, we just had the idea, but we didn't have anyone to take over to be a volunteer. For this one, yellows, again, Lavesh, Sarah, and Dominique, thank you so much for taking your time and effort creating those policies. And important here, new ideas. We are always open for new ideas. You're all welcome to give ideas, suggestions, criticism. It's very important. But just even better, and then I'm going to open a little parenthesis here, not just give ideas, but contribute. Like write the policy. Help us. I'm going to show an example of policy. It's a half a page, it's not that much. And again, the same parenthesis, we talk a lot about problems, issues, things you have to do. I come from the private sector, I have my own company, I work in very, very big companies. Usually, we don't like when people bring problems. We like in companies when people bring solutions, or at least suggestions of solutions, even better if you can work in those solutions. So, I see a lot of people here, hey, why don't you do this? Hey, why don't you do that? Why don't you change this? Why don't you create a policy like that? This is all great. But even greater if you can take a little bit of your time and write those policies. Look at their solution about the system that you don't like the system we use, maybe to use a new system. That's very important. Everyone here and everyone who was before me, we are all volunteers. A lot of us study, work 40 plus hours per week, at least I do. And we do take a little bit of our private time to work for Vote Belgium. So your suggestions are welcome, but if you can bring a little bit of your personal time and help us building Vote, that would be great as well. And closing my parents, going back here, my parentheses. So we're gonna have the policies, but then hopefully for the 2024 federal elections, we're gonna have a brief policy program, because we know potential voters, they're not gonna have time to read 500 pages of policies. No one have the time, and they're not like policy nerds like most of us are to keep reading about that. So it needs something really easy to digest, but we need to approve those policies first. I can put in my 2024 program that we want, I don't know, to teach cooking in the schools. If we here as members, we don't agree that we should teach how to cook in schools. So first we have to approve the policy, and then we can do like a summary and have this nice program to show to potential voters that we all agree that maybe we should teach cooking in schools. Okay. So these are some of the policies we're going to present today. The codes here are just for our education policy group for coordinating, and it's easier for us for identification. And I'm going to start with this one, comprehensive first aid and QPR, sub-policy proposal. So this is kind of a policy that's a lot of bang for your buck. It's very cheap and easy to introduce that, but gives a lot of return in terms of reducing preventable deaths. So essentially, a lot of you guys know CPR, like cardiopulmonary resuscitation techniques, have automatic external defibrillators, how to work on that, and have it present in schools, community centers, universities, preschools, and learn how to stop a bleeding and choking. Both staff and students after a certain age, you can teach those techniques, and you can very easily preventable deaths through teaching that. And also QPR, not many people know that, is some techniques of question, persuade, and refer to reduce suicidal rates. So among teenagers in Belgium, that's the first leading cause of death is suicide. And among adults, for preventable deaths is the third biggest one, suicide here in Belgium. So it's essentially teaching colleagues and students on how to identify someone who is thinking about hurting him or herself, and then asking some questions, persuade that person, or to refer to someone who can take care of that. And we can use, collaborate with the Red Cross, hospitals and non-profits to teach some staff in community centers, schools, universities, and then that facilitator is going to trickle down the information to other people working in these education institutions. Next. Sorry, can you come back a little bit? Do you think you can click on the link, or it's gonna break everything? It goes to our drive. Just to sell a little bit what is a policy. It is working. Okay, so this is an example of a policy. So I've just presented one slide saying more or less what it is. Here we have a little bit more information and details. It's essentially a half a pager. So I saw a lot of you saying like, why don't we have a policy about that? Why don't you write a policy about that? Why don't you help us and write a policy about whatever you think it's important? Something like a half a page like that. We're gonna, I don't know if it's part of education, sustainability, economy, and so on. Your group is gonna have review the policy a couple of times. Great, okay. We don't know if the rest of the vote members are gonna like it. So we're gonna present, or not, we're gonna present at the GA and they're gonna vote. If they like your policy or proposal, they're gonna vote in favor. If they don't like, against. Normal, so it's a little bit of work, but it's not that much work. Just need a little bit of research and write about it. Can you go back to the presentation? Thank you. Next. And digitalization policy, thank you, Eric, for creating this policy. I'm just presenting for him. And thank you for being almost every single education policy call. It's awesome. Another one, please. Okay, so this is the ideal. You can ask about the details, but how come you're gonna pay for affordable 4G and everything? We don't have time and enough people to write all the small details about how we're gonna do that. We used to try to do that, and we just don't have enough brain power for that. And but idea is like to have affordable 4G for everyone in schools and at home, because we know we are in a digital world. Digital education is gonna be the part of the future. We have to be ready for that. And we saw a big divide, especially during COVID times, on remote learning. Some students who could afford good internet and have their own laptops, they did much better than low-income students, or who didn't have good internet, or they didn't have their own device. They're watching classes on their laptop, on their cell phones, or sharing laptops with their siblings. So first, internet in good schools, good internet in schools at home, having devices. If you can afford, your family can afford a device, perfect. But otherwise, in the past, there are different systems, different formats that we can use to allow low-income students to have their own device, to have a remote learning. We don't know what's going to happen with COVID still, but also in general, if the student is sick and so on, he can keep studying from home. And keep the streaming capabilities that we had during COVID, that some teachers, they were having their classes recorded while they're teaching, and the students from home, they could see the lesson. And the idea is that we keep those capabilities, record the lessons, and then we know some students, they can pick it up the subject in the first lesson. Some students are a little bit slower, they need 1, 2, 3 times to listen to the same subject, and then they're gonna pick it up. But they're gonna have it, they can go on YouTube and watch that lesson 1, 2, 3 times and get the subject. Can link the policy, just, oh, no problem. And again, that's another example. Half a page, if you take like the title and so on, is not that much, a little bit of the problem, and then what we propose as Vote Belgium. We're going to open now for questions and answers for the strategy as a whole. And again, you're welcome, like if you don't agree with our strategy and so on, we are welcome to try to adapt and improve. But remember, it has to be something feasible. And remember, we need to have people helping us, otherwise nothing's going to happen by itself. Just plugging my education calls, they happen every 2 weeks, usually on Tuesdays, about 8, 9 p.m., depend on the week. Our next education call is going to be Tuesday now at 8 p.m. Because I'm going to be in Morocco, kite surfing, but I'm going to be in the call anyway, so if you have any questions that you don't want to ask here for any specific reason, I'm going to be in the call, you can talk to me and you can ask these questions, you can give me suggestions if you don't want to have your suggestion here in front of everyone. There's no problem, I'm always going to be in every single call every 2 weeks, doesn't matter where I am, because I move around a lot. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to Rodrigo? We have Kim.
No, I won't destroy it again. Question around, so can you confirm, so this is really the federal contributions on top of what would happen at the community level. So this doesn't touch the community level. This is really the federal add-ons that we're recommending on top of what's being done at the community level.
This federal level and this not because we don't have on the community level, you said, right? Yeah. Okay. David, did you put a hand up or? Who?
I'd like to just add that when we talk about education policies, there's of course a very strong community element, But in the end, we want to be elected at all levels of Belgian society, and if we are in power in both Flanders and Wallonia, or the Francophone region and Flanders, we can enact the same policies just via different roads. So don't let yourself be too, let's say, caught up by that. Exactly.
This is a policy, not an action program.
So I see a question here. Please put your hands up if you have questions, and I see who's the next one. But I will give now.
It's a short question, but should this be a broader topic than just education? Because it's digitalization. You know, it's one of the key economic vectors. You know, to connect kind of the entire community and like rural areas and so on. So why do we need to embed that in the education policies? Why can't we have a broader policy about it?
I think we have already on smart state. We are working on that as well. So eventually gonna do the we have already, I think we're talking about digitalization as well in the smart state policy. Eventually we can integrate everything, but I'm just responsible for education at the moment. And for instance, even some of the future policies, people are talking a lot about low-income housing, and because where you're studying is very connected to where you live, and then in low-income residential areas, sometimes the schools are not the greatest, and then we have to work on low-income housing, like affordable low-income housing, and then there was no one to work on that, and I said, you can bring here to education, we can try to write something about it, but it's not actually education per se. But if there is no one other group working on that, I agree with you. It's something should be like all over. But yeah, we just don't have enough people and volunteers in other policies to work on that.
The General Assembly is about full Belgium. All the policies are full Belgium. Yes. Yeah. No. Anyone else have a question? Yes.
Did you guys have any discussion about schools, private schools and public schools and schools based on religion or, right? So like public general education, the same for everyone versus these like smaller. So in some parts of Europe, you can, as like a religious community or whatever, start your own primary or secondary school, or even like daycare centers. And in other ones, you can't. And in the places where this has happened, they've tended to be run by the private sector, many of them, and this has caused problems for oversight. It's also broken social cohesion. So the conversation about like the baseline quality of education and what like just the general philosophy about education of children, maybe it could be worthwhile just reiterating that, like where we stand on that, you know. I think I'll follow up in writing. I think I'm not making myself so clear. Yeah. Yeah, it's just the basic, like some part of the population sees the school's purpose to make their children get whatever it is that they want in life, right? That it's meant as a platform for their own children to move forward. Others see the school as a basic thing that should be good for everyone, as like a fundamental institution in our society that makes it work well. Same thing with different perspectives on what education should do. Is education about giving you a good life, like a full-rounded education so you can enjoy life, read, whatever, or is it about preparing you for the labor market and to be able to make money? And I haven't really understood with Volt where we stand on that in general. And maybe I've missed this discussion. I'm quite new.
Brent, help me. Like we vote last time, the education values, the education... Huh? Political vision, sorry, yeah. It's like a big paragraph like that. And yeah. And then over there we explain a little bit that education is not just to form workers, but also citizens and so on. Is to form active citizens in a society and so on. So in our political vision, you have everything there. But if you think there's something missing, everything we have here is like a living document. People love to say that. So we can change our political vision if you say, why don't we include this paragraph and everything? And then I would ask you, please come up with that paragraph that you think it's missing, your suggestion, and then we can vote in the next GA if we approve or not.
Okay, we have time for 2 more short questions. I saw a finger from Maël and from Kim.
Just to say that it's also in the European mapping of policies, there's information on there.
And Kim, did you have a question or a comment?
It was more clarification because the Belgian system already has indeed the system where you have the state system plus you have on parallel the religious system, so the Catholic system and the Muslim system, but they all have to essentially certify to provide us. There's a certain curriculum which is common to across, regardless of whether you're a private school or a public school. You have to teach it, and then there's additional things depending on whether you choose to go to a Catholic school and those types of things. So, in essence, the Belgian system already creates that flexibility of choice, as well for private schools. Even private schools also have to meet the general curriculum, which is a bit different from, for example, the Anglo-Saxon model, which is very much predicated to a public school system and a private school system, which are completely separate, and where the diploma system is also very different.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we will go to the next item then already. And then we have, or do you have, wait, sorry, do you have any closing remarks, Rodrigo?
All good. Please participate again and again and again.
Please participate and applause for Rodrigo. Right, David. Please welcome David Scheren.
Before I start presenting the policy, we've been talking about social media outreach, all these kind of things. And the Volt Brussels social media person has asked for pictures. So if you'd please oblige me, I'm going to take one good picture of the other. Yes. One like this, and then one like that. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's get to business. Do we have the slide? Yeah. So for this policy, I will try as well to keep in mind Ombri's comments on electability and how we should fit our policies as well within a broader, more strategic framework of how will this policy set us apart, how does it represent what we stand for, how does it encapsulate our values in one specific policy. And for the first one I will present, I think it's a good one, because it kind of shows what we stand for in Belgium and in Europe. I joined Volt because it's a party that builds bridges, that brings people together. That's something that we need on European level a whole lot, but that's something that we also need at a Belgian level. A lot of Belgians in Flanders, in Wallonia, they have no clue about what's going on the other side of the language border. They can tell you 10 or 15 personalities from France, in the case of Wallonia, or the Flemish people, they can tell you what's going on in Holland, but very rarely will they know the societal issues that are at play on the other side of the language border. And this is a shame because we share a parliament, we share a responsibility towards our citizens to build the best country we can. And so I think this is a nice little policy we could implement at high school level, and which basically tries to make a kind of copy of the Erasmus system at European level in a lightweight version within Belgium. So the basic idea is we take high school students, ideally I think when they're a bit older already, so in 5th and 6th grade, so between 16 and 18 years old. And if they're from Flanders, we send them to a school in Francophone Belgium, so either in Brussels or in Wallonia, and vice versa, and we send them there, maybe not for 6 months, because it's a long time when you're that young, but I would say at least 4 weeks, and maybe up to, I don't know, 2 or 3 months, depending on how we actually work this out. And so why would they go? They would go to get to know the other side of the country, which is super important because we share a country, so it's good to know each other. They would also go, of course, to expand their cultural horizons, because anytime you move, you meet other people, you learn about new things, and you grow, I think, as a person and as a citizen. And thirdly, of course, also for the language, because if you spend a few weeks in another linguistic bubble, of course, you'll be much better at assimilating that language. And I think 2 months for a Flemish person in Francophone Belgium, for their level of French, will be as efficient as 2 years of old school regular grammar and vocabulary taught by their teacher. So this is the policy. Yeah, I have a short exchange for high school students. Then we also thought of maybe bringing it a bit further, so we could also have teachers move around a bit. And to make it more efficient and more easy, we could create it through a system of school pairings where the same schools would, usually send students back and forth in order to make it more easy in a logistic and administrative way. So yeah, that's the first policy. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them. I see one over there. Fly.
Who did you see first?
Hi. So I'm really for this this policy, but I have a question on the capability of students to actually learn something in the other the language of the other side of the country. It's not the same as an exchange, for example, in your holidays and go, I don't know, volunteer in another country, where you can actually learn the language a bit more playfully. You actually have to learn things during those 2 months in the other side of the country, and I don't know if you think that our 16 to 18 year olds actually have the capability, the understanding of French, for example, for the Flemish students to actually do that. So yeah.
Thank you.
That's a very good question, but I think I may be a little bit optimistic. I also joined Volt, so you can see that there's some optimism there. But I think, yeah, of course, that's also one of the reasons why we should keep it short. So it's why I thought about 4 weeks. And of course, their level will not, in most cases, be adequate to as if they were following courses in their native language for 4 weeks, for sure. But I think this will also be part of a broader policy where we encourage better language education, and where as well, if there's any difficulties, they can also make themselves understood in English, or they can try and speak some French, and then I think you can figure it out. I think it's more important to try it than to be afraid and just not even, let it run its course and have a few pilot systems where you can check out if it's actually beneficial or not. And then we'll have Kim and then Bram, please.
Yes. We have those 2 questions and then we'll go to the next item.
I love the initiative because I think it's very practical. It speaks completely to our values. I think it really talks about the bridging. I think it can be more bold. I think 16 to 18 is a really tiny age group. I actually think for language learning it's too late. I actually think you could start this way earlier. I think primary school students could be benefiting from this. I think secondary school students at lower ages could benefit from this. I think the exchanges could be more punctual as well. So rather than having a 4-week concentration, you pull them out of their system. you could actually do this, particularly if you have school pairings which are permanent. Why not sending them every 2 weeks, back and forth? So those kinds of things. So I think we could be more bold, perhaps also give more flexibilities for schools to figure out different ways that works for them and their curriculum and the way they teach. But I think it's a really cool idea, and I think we should definitely be pushing this.
Short one. No, that's very good input, and I mean, as long as the basic idea is kept of making them see the other side and having them there for some moments during the year, I'd be fine to tweak it and fine tune it.
Okay. One more question, and then the next item by David.
Yes, thank you, David, for this elaboration. I think it's a very nice proposal, but something that is not clear to me is this. Is it the intention of making this program mandatory, or is it an optional program that students can choose from to follow?
Well, Erasmus is optional. In an ideal world, this would be mandatory, for me at least, because I think, I mean, it kind of loses its value if you're taking the people who are already open to, you know, these new exchanges, and only putting them on the other side. Those are not the people you really want to reach and want to show what it's like to be a member of the other community. But then again, as well, in the practical applicability of this thing, we could, of course, start with a pilot phase where you can incentivize it without making mandatory, but you can give extra funds to a school that does it, or you can help it in some other ways. You can give it better publicity. You can give it a better score in whatever review you're doing as a government of each school. So I think maybe there's ways to fix it without actually, you know, going manu militari and grabbing them and sending them to Port Charleroi or to Ghent or whatever. Okay. No more questions. Then we'll have the next policy. I should preface that I do not have any formal background in education. The previous policy was something that I think was rather straightforward. This one was not. There's this saying, I think, by von Bismarck that says, laws are like sausages, it's better not to know what goes in there. I think this kind of relates to this policy as well, in the sense that I started it. I got the idea by talking to a few close friends of mine who are teachers and listening to their complaints about how they were being treated as a teacher within the system. Based on that, I started to draft and write down a few points. Then it got within our system with Rodrigo. It got reviewed by people who are also very knowledgeable and who actually have experience within the school system and who had a lot of great remarks. But in the end, there were so many great remarks that this policy has become very dense. There's a lot of stuff in there. I think ideally in the future it could be divided into 1 or 2 or 3 different parts, but let's get going. So what do we see with teachers? What is the issue? There are many teachers right now that complain about their jobs for many reasons. One thing that often comes back is that they have an increasing chaotic workload. They have to do a lot of administration. They have to teach. There's this new decree, and it's based on an international treaty that obliges teachers to be doing inclusive teaching, which is a very nice idea, which also means that teachers now have to be able to handle, let's say, differently gifted students within the same classrooms. Parents expect the teachers to listen to what the parents say and to follow the parents' orders. They expect the teachers to also be nurturers, sometimes to be therapists, social workers. So there's a lot of stuff going on for teachers, and it's difficult right now. And so Volt wants to reinvigorate the teaching profession, wants to make it better, more attractive, in order to also have a better education for our kids. And that should be done through 3 pillars. The first being to trust the teachers more. So to give them more freedom in how they teach. They should get clear and concise guidelines. They don't change every few years. And besides reaching those clear and concise guidelines, it's important to trust the teachers and actually give them the freedom to develop and teach in the way that best fits their personality and that best fits the kids that they're working with as well. And so for that, we also need to free up their time, and we need to reduce the administrative burden, which is something that every political party says, so we shouldn't be left out. But we should also actually seriously think about how we should do this. but it's good to put it in there. The second pillar is to support the teachers. There's a not so funny paradox going on in Belgium, and specifically in Flanders at the moment, is that there is a massive shortage of teachers, because there's teachers that are burnt out, or they don't work, or they don't have the time. And on the other hand, it's one of the regions in Europe with the most teachers per capita. So we should try and tackle this issue. On one hand, by ensuring that the teachers that do work do not have to handle too many students, especially in Brussels, this can be a big issue. So we propose a hard cap on the number of students per class, depending on, of course, the school type and the circumstances surrounding the number of teachers present and available. And then we also want to develop the role of the school as an anchor point in the local community. So one of the things you hear as well is that there are too many things to do for teachers, including administration, including just aftercare, so like after 4 o'clock, staying later to take care of the kids whose parents come and pick them up later, etc., etc. We propose to find ways to incentivize the community around the school to be able to use some volunteers, grandparents, whatever, to take up tasks within the school as to free up time for the teachers to be actually focused on teaching. And then as well for the teaching career, we want to make it easier and more attractive to come from the private sector and to pursue a teaching career. Right now in Belgium, if you move, very often your private experience is not recognized in your level of ancienneté. So it's not counted within your salary. So if you've been working 15 years in the private sector and you go to become a teacher, you won't be paid as someone who has been teaching for 15 years, which for many people is a straight no. Because of course, yeah, you're not going to go back to a much lower salary, even though you really want to teach and you would be a good teacher. So this is something that needs to be tackled and that we should tackle. And then lastly, there's the training of teachers. We should be better. We should find ways to get students of teaching to start working part-time and be compensated for that already while they study. And finally, we should encourage more diverse and balanced teacher workforce. Right now, the teachers, at least in Flanders, I think I know the numbers, it's one of the least diverse working areas you can get. Nearly all of the teachers are white women. And so, yeah, we need to find more male teachers and also more diverse teachers so that more people would identify with the profession and would feel drawn to the profession. And with this, I finish this concise and clear policy. Thank you.
Sorry, we're running a bit out of time, so we have time for one question. Is anyone that has a question here? Yes, all the way in the back.
Why should we be striving for more, more male teachers if females choose to do those jobs more? I mean, they choose to do those jobs, so it does. Why should we encourage other people to? Oh, come on, I say it. Why should we encourage? Yeah, no, I don't know how to say it. Yeah, for me, it's we need more teachers, but why does it matter the diversity of the group? Why does it matter the gender? Which gender those people have?
Why it's related to most questions of diversity. So you have a good representation within the teaching workforce. I can have both, yeah. No. You have a good representation within the teaching workforce of the actual society at large, and the idea is as well that you would maybe incite more people from, let's say, immigrant backgrounds or male people who might right now think there is a stigma on male people going into education because they look around, they see, all the teachers in elementary school are women. Are people going to make fun of me if I'm male and I become an elementary school teacher? So in order to combat that, you might want to, try and launch some programs to make it more balanced, I think. Especially considering the huge imbalance there is right now. I don't remember the exact numbers, but it's above 80%, I think, are white women. There we go.
Okay, thank you very much, David Scheren.
Hi everyone. So back here from the electoral board. I just wanted to say, since we're a bit running over time on the policies, I want to give you some practical details or information about how to vote. At 4:30 exactly, the vote should close.
However, we will keep it open for a bit longer, but there's something technical that I cannot do because it's already launched, is that the link to your vote form is going to disappear at 4:30, whatever happens, and I cannot reactivate it. So please go to that page, to your personal voting page, click on Vote Now. You will be redirected to a Google form, which you can keep open until after all the presentations are done. And actually, if you even copy the link of this Google form, you'll be able to reuse that link later. And then I will manually close the response to the form after all the presentations. But it's very important that you click on that link, because that link creates your personal voting token. This is something that I cannot tamper or mend with, because it's created by the need to personally click that link on the email. And if you have any problem, please raise your hand in the next 30 minutes.
Thank you very much. Then we have Dominique here online, going to tell you about the next policies.
We can't hear you. Dominique, you may speak.
Dominique, you may speak.
Oké, sorry, ik zal die andere even afzetten, want dat loopt een beetje achter zo te zien. Horen jullie mij?
Yes, but can you speak in English? Most people here don't speak Dutch.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I don't see you now because my other screen is sort of running running behind.
But you do hear us, do you?
I do hear you now.
Okay, so you can start.
I will put on the PowerPoints. Is that okay?
Yeah. We will have. There was one thing that wasn't presented. There's one thing that's not presented.
Yes, it was the amendment. Yeah.
Who can say something about it?
I don't know. Do you want me to do something about it? So there was an amendment proposed by one of our members and supported by 5 others, I believe, during the policy meetup last Wednesday for the nuclear energy policy. And I guess since we didn't talk about it, you guys don't know what it's about. But the amendment was mainly clarifications on the actual policy. So there's not much to say about it, but of course, if it's not explained, it's it can be tricky to understand. So mostly these were wording clarifications or improvements on the policy itself, but not an actual substantial change on it. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we will have a short 5 minutes. Please, everybody take your time to vote right now. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. Emery can quickly help you. I will ask Aquin to prepare himself already. Not a lot to prepare.
I would just like to ask Emeric if Emeric supports the amendments to his nuclear proposal. Yes? Okay.
It's a good question. Yes, I support it. They actually improved the policy. You're welcome.
How was this studying place? I don't know, but you can fix it like this.
In 2 minutes we will start the GA again. So please don't venture off too far away. In 1 more minute, everybody should be seated again. Please go back to your seats. Can everybody please go back to their seats? Thank you. Can you please go to your seats? Thank you. Is that sitting? Is that sitting?
You're doing a good job.
Thanks.
You're doing really well.
Thank you. Please seat yourselves, everybody. We have to keep on going. We're already delayed. Sorry. Yeah.
A queen.
Please seat yourselves. In 4 seconds, we will start the General Assembly again. And the 4 seconds are over. Hello, everybody. We are starting the General Assembly again. Please seat yourselves, everybody. How's everybody feeling? Who? Okay, so we will have a... is everybody happy about the fresh air coming in? I am very much. We are a little bit delayed, about half an hour, but we will continue our GA as planned for the rest. And we have a queen right now to have one last thing about the policies to show you.
Can you put the slides or Arno? Okay, I will give a short update on the state reform, since this is one of the important also policies that will be worked upon within Volt Belgium, as it is a very Belgian topic. So that's something that we will not find in the policies of Volt Europa in general. So something that we have to, yeah, that one. So in the weeks before the GA, we have started again conversations to define a bit what we want to reach as goals for our state reform policy in Belgium. We have invited some different people from other Volt chapters around Europe to know a bit more about their state structure. We talked with people from Denmark, from Austria, from Switzerland as well, to learn a bit more about how their state is structured. So we have many challenges. You can go to the next slide. In Belgium, within state reform that we want to develop for Volt as a vision, there are, of course, a lot of topics that need to be tackled. You can see them. We have our regions. We have, what about Eastern Belgium, where they speak German? What about Brussels, of course? What about the Senate that we were thinking, or many parties are thinking of abolishing? So there is actually a lot of ideas and a lot of pieces that need to fit into one large puzzle. This has, until now, gotten through every state reform that we have every 4, 5, 6 years. It has become more and more difficult, and our main goal, of course, as Volt will be to have a project that brings people again together and makes something that is easier to understand and has a better overview. But so there has already been done some work within Volt. We wanted also to have a bit more of citizen participation and direct democracy. But I wanted actually to take back the discussion, take a step back and go to the start of what is actually the basic structure that we want, and let's think of all the other things in a later stage. So what we came up with is 4 options. They are not, as I say, full puzzles that are already laid. They are just the main structures where that I'm going to present now quickly, and it would be good that we have a debate on this maybe after the GA, or if we have time we can also do a little poll right now. So one thing that we all agree on is that we want a stronger national level in Belgium, but then what happens in between this national and the municipal level? So first option would be to have the currently existing provinces as different states that organize certain parts of our lives, as is already the case in Austria today. So then we would have a country with 12 different states. Another option would be to create 4 regions where it's Flanders, Wallonia, Brussels, and Oost-Belgium that make their own region. That's actually for option 2 and 3. But in option 2, we also have sub-regions, which are several municipalities that would work together on certain key topics. Please bear in mind that here also there is no solution yet for example, Brussels, like how are we going to tackle the language aspect? But as long as we don't have this, as long as we don't define the main structure that we want, we can also not start thinking about what we want for languages, for example. And then we have option number 4, where 5 totally new regions would be made. One would be Flanders, which would take Eastern and Western Flanders together in one region. We would have Kempen, which is Antwerp and Limburg, and then a new region which would be Brabant, which includes Brussels and all the regions around Brussels. Sambre, that would take together the current Hainaut and Namur, and then another region that is Liège and Luxembourg. So what I would do is invite you all, if there's pros and cons for all of them. There is some mixing of languages, for example, in number 4, where we make a new structure for Brabant, where we will have basically Flemish speaking and French speaking together. So if you are interested, I would say join the calls for state reform. This is a very big topic, I would say, for Volt Belgium in general, and also one that has heated discussions sometimes, because everybody has their own vision for this. So I will maybe keep it with this for now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Aquin. And hereby we conclude also the policy part of the General Assembly. And we will go to the next item on the agenda, which is the participation of Volt Belgium in the Belgian Pride. And then I can give the microphone to Emeric.
Again, me somehow. Hi, everyone. So yes, I hope you all managed to vote. Sorry. I hope you make a parenthesis about this. I hope you all managed to vote. If you still didn't and you opened your link, you can still do it. We will close it by 4:50. So about the next topic now. The Belgian Pride is a topic that I've raised to the executive committee a few weeks ago, and that I thought it would be interesting to discuss at the General Assembly with all the members. So why am I bringing this up? Why are we bringing this up? On the 16th of May, if I'm not mistaken, is the Belgian Pride. So it used to be called the LGBT or gay pride in the past, but it's already 20 years. It's called the Belgian Pride, and it's a place where traditionally also many political parties take part in the parade, and it's a great show it's a great publicity stunt for the parties. That's why they go there, and it's also a show too that your acceptance to diversity. One of the examples is, I think, CD&V. They still don't participate because it's a bit of the Catholic party. It's still difficult for them. And my idea would be to participate there. Now there are two big problems to do this. Just to also tell you why we are bringing it up here is that we to participate takes quite some effort, but I think the gain that we could get out of this and the visibility that we can have is immense. There are 100,000 people participating in the Pride every year, or at least that was the numbers of 2019. And since there was 2 years not allowed, it will probably be even more this year. But we need manpower and we need someone to want to take this responsibility. And I'm throwing this into GA because, I don't have the capacity to do this. Actually, on the 16th, I will probably not even be there. So if we want to do this, then we need you. We need a lot of you to actually come up and say, it would be a great idea, but we would like to also help organizing this. Now, I'm bringing also this up because in the past I've already organized with other associations to take part in the parade, so I have a bit of experience on how to do this. But I will only be there as a advisory body. I will not be leading the thing. So if we, as a General Assembly of Volt Belgium, would like to be part of this year's Belgian Pride, I would love to see lots of volunteers. You don't have to stand up now and say, oh yes. So you can think about it and maybe even tonight at the bar say, yes, I would like to organize and try and find enough people. If there's just one person, so do dare to come forward, because if there's just one person, I think we will call it also a day that it's not one person cannot just do this. We have to be more than that. But it's really a warm call to do this. And if we don't manage it this year, then we should really reflect about doing it next year. And how about the years onwards? I wanted to also present something on the laptop because I had an idea about this, because now I'm going more about the logistics of this. This year, Brussels decided that there will be no motorized vehicle participating in the Pride. So you have to understand that 5 years ago, we still had semi-trucks going through the parade where people were dancing on it, like maybe 50 people were on each truck, loud music and so on. Then they decided, well, there was an issue with Saint-Vé, I think, that someone was run over by one of these semi-trucks. So they downsized it to just B+E category. For people that know, that means basically a big car and a trailer. And that was up to 2019. And this year they decided no motorized vehicle. So the only thing you can do is backfits or big backfits or a very big backfits. Or you can walk, of course, but I mean, then you don't have much music and so on. And I saw that the German team of, I think it's in North Rhine-Westphalia, they have a huge Volt painted backfits, but like a really big one. And this would be allowed to do this. Now, it has two challenges. It's in Germany, not in Belgium. And to transport it here, I don't think it's that simple. But that's how I got the idea that, maybe it's something that we could do. So there is resources within Volt. I've asked the team there if they were willing to lend it to us, and they said yes, but you need to transport it. So yeah, this could be something we do. It's also, we don't have to do it with a big backfeet, or we can think about it for next year. We could just walk with a banner or with our shirts. And I mean, then it can be much more easy, because if we just decide to walk, we don't have to necessarily do it officially. If we want to have a spot in the parade as a walking, we do have to ask it officially, but the threshold is very low. But if we just want to be there with Volt t-shirt, that's something that we can do with, you know, you don't need to ask permission or anything. But if we still want to walk with a banner, I think we need to ask permission. And I'm not mistaken, Jordi, did you already undertake anything so far, or? Okay, all right. Yeah, okay. A proper formal, yeah. Yeah. So there we go. That's pretty much it. If you have any question now, please do raise your hands. But it's more of a warm, like, call for volunteers. Do we want to do this? Do we want to be part of this? So, yeah. Thanks. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Emmerich. So that was a part for the update for the Pride. Then we have an update from Volt Belgium, who's going to tell about the organization and everything. Everybody, please welcome Manon Michel once again.
Thank you, Xander. Originally, I was going to hold a relatively big presentation. Since we're running a bit out of time, I'm just going to say I hold regular open vacancies calls. In these calls, I start with the structure of Volt Belgium. What does it look like, so you can orientate yourself within Volt Belgium, so it's not like a big wave coming all over you. Then I explain the different kind of functional teams, what do they do, and then you can just think to yourself, what do I find interesting? Am I drawn by policy? Am I really interested in economic renaissance, right? Then go there. It's no use for you to become a community co-lead if you want to dive deep into the policies. On the other hand, if you're not really into the policies and you want to go into communications, then we welcome you absolutely there. So this is what we've been doing and what we are going to continue be doing. Look into yourself. What do I find interesting to do? Do I like making posts on social media? Do I like to talk to a lot of people? So please look out for any email in your inbox, any invite on the social medias, Volt Belgium calendar for the next open vacancies call.
Thank you very much. That was indeed shorter. Then I would like to welcome high visit from all the way from the Netherlands, I guess you live. We have here Reinier van Lanschot, our co-president of the Volt EU board.
Thank you very much. I'm really loving the energy of Alexander today as a great host for this GA, so let's give him a round of applause. Thank you all for being here on this Saturday and spending your entire Saturday on Volt Belgium. I see a lot of familiar faces, people that I've worked with, people that I've met in the last few years, but also some new faces and also people who are here for the first time. Do you recall when your first time at a Volt event was? I know I had to get over a bit of a hurdle to go to a political event. I wasn't politically active before. It was about 5 years ago. And it always takes some courage. So for the people that are here for the first time, I want to give you a special welcome. Thank you for being here and joining us. We hope to see you more often. At the time I joined because I was concerned about the direction our world was heading in. All these transnational problems require transnational solutions, but we saw a rise in right-wing nationalism. And the idea of Volt immediately resonated with me. I thought, this is such a good idea. Why have I never thought of that myself? But the people that I often spoke to about Volt and our vision of one European democracy told me things like, you're crazy. That's never going to happen. Maybe in 200 or 300 years from now. Or others would tell me, well, maybe it would work, but you're never going to be able to get enough people to support you. Or people would say, well, more European collaboration I can see on some aspects, but there's also aspects where Europe should never play a role, like healthcare, because healthcare is way better done on a national level. And then the COVID crisis came. And all of a sudden, people around us, around me, were saying, we need the EU to play a bigger role in healthcare. And that's a process that we've been seeing actually since the last 5 years, since the foundation of Volt. And now it is more present than ever. There's a war on European soil. And the day before yesterday, I was walking through a park in Amsterdam, where I'm from. And I went for a walk with a Ukrainian woman who's 32 years old and who I've met via because we were looking for people that could shelter refugees and take them into their house. And my parents now have 3 Ukrainian refugees in their house, and it was via this girl, Jana is her name. And I talked with her about Europe, about Ukraine, about the war. And she actually has a grandmother who lives in Donetsk and is so indoctrinated by Russian propaganda that she refuses to believe her own daughter and granddaughter, which is scary to see how well this propaganda can actually indoctrinate people to the extent that they don't believe their closest relatives anymore that have fled for this war. And if there was ever a moment for people to believe in a united Europe, then now is the time. And you see so many people, intellectuals, philosophers, artists, politicians, now advocating for stronger European strategic autonomy, more military collaborations. We've seen the strongest sanctions ever imposed. However, there's one thing that I really dislike, and that is the lack of action on decreasing our gas and oil dependency. Because, and I actually found this out last week, in 2008, when Greece had to do a lot of reforms, it led to a 20% loss in their GDP. Now, the estimations are that if Germany would cut off Russian gas and oil, it would lead to a 3 to 66% GDP decrease. And I think it is ridiculous that the German government does not, and with that the rest of Europe, does not pursue policies and bring them into action directly to decrease our dependency on Russian gas and Russian oil, because we are literally funding the war and the bombs on the Ukrainian people. And that should stop immediately. The only reason why people might say, okay, we have to phase out more gradually, and I think this is something that Francois also mentioned, we are in the middle of the 6th mass extinction due to climate change. So if we stop using gas and oil, then we have to keep into account how we deal with the energy transition and how we move to a green energy sources instead of going back to brown coal, for example. And the recent IPCC report that came out 2 weeks only confirms that. So decrease our gas and oil dependency as soon as possible, but keep in mind how we deal with the green energy transition. And I thought to myself, with now this obvious indication that we need more European collaboration, that the wind is blowing in our sails. Of Volt, unfortunately, due to sad circumstances, but it does show how relevant we are. But tomorrow, there are 2 important elections. The first one is the election in Slovenia, where the sitting president Janša has managed to create or start down a path of creating an illiberal democracy in the example of following the example of Hungary, and he is he might actually win against a new progressive movement called the Freedom Movement, which is on the opposition. And the other important election tomorrow is, of course, the second round of the presidential elections in France, where Marine Le Pen, hopefully not, but might win with policies that pursue a de facto Frexit because she wants to put French law above European law and a possible step out of NATO. That would be a massive, massive disaster. So even in the wake of a crisis like the war, we still see that there is a battle going on within our European society between, on the one hand, people that are for this closed, conservative, national, more illiberal societies, and people that are fighting for a more open, continental approach, more liberal and more progressive, like Volt. And that shows the importance of what we are doing and why we are, and you are spending your Saturday here. In addition to that, we should also look at what lies underneath this. Why are there so many people attracted to people like Le Pen? And then one of the answers is a rising inequality, in wealth inequality, but also social inequality. And that's why I'm personally in favor of the capital gains tax that's proposed here, and of, at least in the Netherlands, a higher inheritance tax that's more progressive as well. I cannot judge for Belgium because I don't know the details of that. We should address the needs of the people that are now attracted to these right-wing nationalist, more illiberal leaders as well. That being said, how can we do that? Well, we should have good ideas. That's why I'm happy that we were discussing policies here today. And those good ideas we should use to inspire people. Then we have to organize ourselves and empower others to inspire others. And that's a circle that repeats: inspire, organize, empower. And Volt has the goal to lead by example. The role that we see for Volt is to lead by example, to foster a united federal Europe, to actively already enact the European collaboration that we want to see in our entire continent. And that's also why I want to encourage everybody to become active on the European level, participate in European General Assemblies, go to European General Assemblies physically if possible. It's not only a lot of fun, but it's also a good way to already build the European community that we aspire to be. The next dot at the horizon for Volt Europe is the European Parliament elections in 2024. We think that we can play a big role in bringing this European democracy to life by running in 27 countries at the same time and with the same electoral program and the same name and the same values, and then reaching 25 members in the European Parliament so we can form our own faction. That would be a massive stepping stone towards a European democracy. 27 countries, running in 27 countries and getting 25 MEPs might not be feasible yet in 2024. In 2019, we ran in 7 countries. We had roughly 400,000 people that cast their vote for Volt, and 1 member in the European Parliament, who is, by the way, working on a lot of cool things. One of them is to set up a new recovery and resilience fund to make sure that if we stop buying Russian oil and gas, that the countries that are hurt most by that also get financial support from other European countries, which creates a solidarity effect that would increase European integration as well. But 1 European parliamentary member participated in 7 countries and about 400,000 votes. In 2024, I estimate that we will run in at least 15 countries and aim for, depending on how our master plan develops, 10 to 15 members of the European Parliament. At the moment, we are 5 years old as Volt. We have more than 100 elected officials in 5 different countries. We have 25,000 Volters in all European countries. And we are in a good spot to really make things happen, to really shape politics in a different way in the coming years. And that is not only our goal, we also have a plan for it. And I know that Wibo asked a question about the master plan, so I hope that this will be the beginning of an answer to that question. The road to 2024, the European Board has defined 3 strategic priorities. One is to continue to talk with one voice across Europe. So our policies, our political positioning, the way we communicate has to be the same across Europe. Of course, there can be nuances in countries, but our policies always stay the same, and we need to make sure that we are coherent. The second one, and with an increasing amount of elected officials, that can become quite complicated if you have to swiftly determine positioning. The second thing is building electability. In as many countries as possible, I would say a minimum 15, if we do it very well, it will amount to 20. We want to be able to participate in the European Parliament elections in a meaningful way. We organize workshops with each country to set them up, to determine the milestones and the roads to get there. And the third strategic priority is professionalize. Volt Europe has had 2 full-time employees on the European level. In many other countries there were more, but in 2019, 2020, 2021 it was 2 full-time employees. That's not a lot to oversee the work in 27 countries and the work of 20,000 or 10,000 volunteers. Luckily now we have 5. Lieping is one of the great additions to the European team. And now also working for Volt full-time. But professionalization partly means getting more full-timers, but it also means better tech infrastructure, better processes, better procedures, better standards across all our Volt chapters. And in that road to 2024 and towards that goal, Volt Belgium plays an important role. And that's why I want to now move a bit to Volt Belgium and then specifically thank some people, because in like half an hour or so we will hear about a new board, but there's also a board that has taken care of Volt Belgium the past 2 years. So specifically Jordi, Olivia, Julie, who cannot be here today, Jerome, and Arno. Thank you for all the work you've done. I think this deserves the biggest applause of today. I can tell you one thing, I became the co-president of Volt Europe in 2019, and at the time, the Belgian team was the most difficult team to handle because there was a lot of turmoil. There was so much going on that it was hard to lead and to form it into a team that could grow and that could have a meaningful impact. And inside that chaos, these 5 people stepped up to take responsibility, to bring stability, to bring trust back in the team, to inspire people to join and to become active. And I think they have done an incredible job in that. So thank you very much for your consistency. I know sometimes it is hard or has been hard, but you can definitely be proud of what you have achieved in the past 2 years. Thank you very much. Another body of Volt Belgium that played an important role in that chaotic period to make sure that we would deal with it in an appropriate way is the Volt Values Board. So since some of them are parting today as well, Kim, Jens, Patrick, Thomas, Daniela and Omri, also a big round of applause for you. Thank you for all the work you've done in the Volt Values Board. And since the Volt Values Board is such an important body, it is also a big problem that only one person has applied to be part of the Volt Values Board again. I'm thankful, Kim, that you have stepped forward, but this is a call to action for anybody else who wants to take on a responsibility in Volt Belgium. The Volt Values Board is an incredibly important body. Please, please, if you have a little bit of time, if you want to become active, join the Volt Values Board. It's not only important, you also have the joy of working with Kim. Then last but not least, for the new board of Volt Belgium, we don't know who you are yet, but since you are here, I want to say on behalf of Volt Europa that we look forward to work with you a lot. We want to invest in the collaboration with Volt Belgium as much as possible, and we hope that you will do the same, because that will be useful and fun. Last but not least, if I have an advice for you, it is try to keep focus. As an organization, as a movement that has massive ambitions of changing the way our entire continent is organized and addressing these big challenges and have a positive impact on our continent, and limited resources, then reality can sometimes be tough. So the most important thing I would say is keep focus, and then try to inspire people, organize yourself and empower them to inspire others, organize themselves and empower others. And that way, the future of Volt Belgium looks very bright as well. Last but not least, let me end by an ask to all the members. It has been said a few times today already. Please become active. And for me, that means doing things. So take on a role. If you see something, don't just highlight that it should change, but actually try to be part of the solution and become active and act. That being said, thank you very much for your attention. And yeah, it was lovely to be here. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your inspiring words, Reinier. Thank you very much. So we come actually to our last official item of the General Assembly, of the Political Assembly, which is the preliminary results of the votes that have been casted today. And for this, I will give the word to Aymeric Massot. Thank you very much. We'll be opening a presentation, so a little moment.
So, these are for the votes of the board. These are not preliminary results, and just to be clear, these are final results. They've already been counted by the system. The great thing is that you can even click on your personal links, and you will be able to see the results. But I've made a little presentation about this that you will be able to see, and I just have to, if you just give me one more second. Yeah. Okay. Does it work? So you can go to the first result. So, yes, you can. Please go for it. So, in the first result, the female co-president. Well, congratulations to Johanna, who won with 64%. And Johanna, I think you guys can come on stage. Maybe you can come on stage to present to the members the new board. I don't know if you can hear me properly. So yes, and can maybe the old board stand? Yeah, maybe the old board can also come and stand here to show a bit of a transfer of power. Yeah, so now for the presidents Next slide. And no, one back. Yeah, there we go. And congratulations to Carlo, who won for the his first term. So yeah, you can go to the next vote. And congratulations to Martin, who also won the vote for the treasurer. Please come on stage. Yep. Next. And for the secretary, sorry, to make sure that, yeah, so Manon won with 80%, and yeah, nearly no extension, so congratulations. And the last one, François, also as a fifth board member, also got, yes, an approval rating with 60%, so yeah, thanks. And from the electoral board, I wanted to also congratulate all the new board, and thanks again everyone from the existing board for their hard work and all their commitment that they've done for the last 2 years for Volt Belgium. I mean, you've been really great, all of you. So yeah, so this is your new board. But we are not finished. There is still the provincial committee, so this was a confirmation vote so that the membership of Belgium agrees with Jasper becoming the provincial representative to the national board. And I think he was approved with, yeah, 88%. Congratulations. And last but not least, Kim for the Volt Values Board has also been approved with, I think, over, you can go next. It's just, okay. But with over 90% as the co-chair, male co-chair for the Volt Values Board. Congratulations, Kim. Yeah, maybe we want to give a few words to the exiting presidents, and then we'll give the floor to the new board.
All right. Yeah. So, yeah. First of all, huge congratulations to the new executive committee. Yeah, we're standing on the same line, but we remain side by side with you as you continue the journey of Volt Belgium, and it is a journey, and it's been 2 very full years with a lot of challenges, opportunities, and friendships, and also yeah, a lot of growth for Volt Belgium, and I was really proud to be part of it, to serve you, to work side by side with you, and for that, yeah, it'll still sink in later today that, okay, that part, well, that chapter is formally closed for me, but I'm still obviously going to be an active member. It is something truly unique, Volt, and people that make it are also valuable, so take care of each other, take care of Volt, and yeah, we're in this together, so thank you so much again.
Well, I would like to thank Reinier also for his beautiful words a bit earlier. It was indeed, if you look where we came from in 2019, there was a lot of chaos indeed in Volt Belgium, and I think I can be proud to say that with this board we managed indeed to get Volt Belgium back on the rails. That wasn't obvious in 2019 and 2020 when we had the whole new restructuring and so on. So I'm very glad that we got Volt Belgium back on the rails. I'm very proud that we are standing now at a foundation where the new board can now build on. So they have a foundation they can work with. They can now strive towards the elections of 2024 and make it a very nice thing of it, of course. Personally, I'm of course sad that I lost the elections. But I will think a few days what I'm going to do in Volt. I will definitely take up some position because I definitely don't want to sit on the sideline, either national or European. I will see what I will do, but I will think about it and you will hear from me very soon.
As one of the persons who helped found the Belgian chapter of Volt, I'm glad to see that we have such a full room of new faces and of faces that I know that I can trust to lead us into the 2024 elections. And I am just hoping that you will, when we get to this room in 2 years, it will be with an elected official on the stage as well. Thanks a lot.
So I think I will speak the first words of the new board. And first of all, I mean, congratulations, I think, to all of here elected for the provincial committee and also Kim for the Volt Values Board. But congratulations, Carlo, congratulations, Martin, congratulations, Manon, and of course, congratulations, François from online. And congratulations, thank you, and congratulations to you as well. Thank you for the trust that you have put in us. And I mean, I won't speak now everything because I will leave also the word to my fellow colleagues. But thank you for everything. And I think I want to thank you, the current, well, the past board now. It's still so fresh, you know, you're gonna have to get adapted to that. Thank you really for handing over the executive committee of Volt Belgium in such, I think, strong foundation. You said it, Jordi, and I'm very glad that today we can continue building on that. And I hope that by 2024 we can be even more proud of what we have achieved over the last 7 years. But a big congratulations goes as well to our other candidate members. So I want to congratulate Sarah for her very good campaign as well. I was personally very happy to see that, you know, the competitor was so engaged. You really put the bar very high, and it's a very good news that you will be in Brussels for the next month. And I personally look forward also engaging with you, and you know, I hope that you are ready to take up other responsibilities here for the time being that you are in Brussels. So thank you, and I will now pass the floor to Carlo here.
Right. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for your trust in me and in the new board. I look forward to building a strong policy program together with strong candidates for 2024. I look forward to be working with the policy team in particular to make that happen, but also with us, with all of you, the members. It's great to see that many faces and that many that showed up, new and old as well. Also returning faces. I would like to thank the old board for indeed making such a strong foundation. I've been there, my first days was 2019 autumn, that's where more or less everything hit the fan. So I'm happy that we can build on such strong structures that we have voted in. I look forward to work also with the local teams and the local representatives like Jasper from the provincial committee. And yeah, I am very stoked, I'm very excited for the next 2 years. I look forward to everything that will come towards us. Thank you very much. And also, don't forget, in 2 weeks, there's a European General Assembly, so next week actually. So be there, and I look forward to be talking to you in the coming days. Bye.
Well, thank you. A lot of things have been said already. I also want to thank you for your trust. I'm personally looking forward to work with these great people here, to work together also with the people that will not continue be in the board, but hopefully take up another function involved. And also for everyone else here in the room and all of the members that are maybe online for that sake. So thank you.
Yes, indeed, a lot of people have already been thanked. I want to say the old board, it was a pleasure working with you. I've seen you work so hard. And I think for us, the new board, the next 2 years are going to be really hard, are going to be difficult. But I think we're going to make the best of it and we're going to enjoy it as well. So thank you everyone here as well for engaging in this GA, for voting, for listening to the policies. So thank you everyone.
Right, so likewise I'd like to join you guys in thanking the old board. I've not been around in Volt for a very long time, but I had a very good impression of you, so thank you. Congratulations to Kim and to the new executive committee. I look forward to working with you and to ensuring that the strategies that you set out for Volt Belgium are in line with what we can handle at the local level and the people in the field. So look forward to that. I'd like to thank the electoral board for organizing all these elections. Emery. And if I can plug one little ad, next Saturday in Antwerp we have a campaigning event. We're going to be handing out flyers. If anyone would have the time, please join us in Antwerp. We will be starting at the central station, so very easy to reach. We can always use more people campaigning. We will also be doing a cleanup, city cleanup all day long, so we hope to have high visibility in the city.
I'm just super excited that we have a provincial committee finally. We've been waiting for this for like 2 years to actually have all of the structures now fully activated, and we can actually see whether the statutory framework, which was delivered with so much pain 2 years back, is actually now going to be fully activated, and we'll see if it actually works. So I'm really excited by this. Congratulations to the new board. I look forward to supervising your work and making sure that you guys stay in your borders. But I think, you know, we have such challenges. In 2 years, we are going to be running 4 elections in parallel: European, regional, federal, local. So we have a lot of work ahead of us, and I think we have an amazing team to lead us there. I look forward to collaborating with you to actually achieve that. But, you know, the work is already behind schedule, and we have a lot to get on with. So good luck to all of us. Congratulations to the old board. I look forward to seeing you on the Volt Values board, perhaps, you know. Okay. Thank you so much, and thank you for your confidence.
Okay, everybody, one more applause for the old board, please. Thank you. Thanks to all. Thanks a lot. And one more applause for the new board, the ones that will lead us for the coming 2 years. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you. So, yeah, you can sit down or stand, whatever you want. So a few last closing remarks. We have, coming up after this, we all go to the bar Le Quartier Latin. It will start at 6 p.m. when we are able to enter, because they only arrive there, then it only opens. But we will just slowly walk there, and maybe we can stretch it out a little bit here, to some extent. But come. It's close to the station, next to Etterbeek station, so everybody is welcome.
Yes, I was going to say like...
Oh, rewind. Let's go back. We have a policy vote, the policy votes, and the results are not preliminary, or are they?
No. So let me let me explain. So I was saying what was not preliminary were the board votes. So now we have elected our board. And before we get ahead of ourselves, the policy votes, yes, they are preliminary because, as you know, you could vote more than once. So now I have a whole work to do with there's a person from Volt Europa that is also supervising this to make sure that there's an independence in the check. But she has a rally today to attend to, so she can't do it. So all this work will happen after, but I can already announce some of the preliminary results. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to make, because you voted until a few minutes ago, to make some nice visuals and so on. That most of the policies have been approved. There are a couple of ones which could be not approved because of this count. So now it's like there's just a 50% approval, for example, in the smart drug policy. So depending on how many people change their mind or didn't change their mind, this will make this might make a difference. And it was the same for the capital gains tax. So these are the two ones which are, but the other ones I suspect they're all approved, including the amendment on nuclear energy. As I say, this is preliminary result, but it's yeah. So you should be able to hear at the beginning of next week, and we'll make a nice visual presentation so that you can see the results. I still don't. The amendment, the one. Sorry, the statutory amendments. Yes. So they have. Oh, sorry, they have all been approved. Yes, they've all been approved.
And the finance?
Yes, the finance have all been approved to unanimity as well. Yes. But this we've said this morning, the finance, didn't we? Yeah. Oh, okay. The finance we've said this morning. But the amendments, indeed, they have all been approved. But this will all the votes, by the way, will be summarized in this presentation that you will have. And I will leave you the word to officially close the GA.
Okay, the last few remarks. So what I said just before, we'll follow the Brussels team to Le Quartier Latin. It's right next door. In the WhatsApp, we have shared the address. If you don't know where to go, just follow the purple wave. For the rest, tomorrow we will go and watch the French elections at Nadia's place. Please tell if you're there or not. Come to us at at the bar. And also, I personally want to steal this moment for a very little moment. Also, notice the French elections are coming. Volt France are having elections, and North Rhine-Westphalia is having elections right now. And we are a pan-European party, and these elections are very important. So if you can help in any way, show yourself. Then for the rest, I want to thank you all for being here, for being present here, and for having such a great General Assembly. Arno for the technical stuff and the secretary stuff, and Emmerich for all the other stuff, and the all boards for the organization of this General Assembly. Thank you all very much. One last thing. For the Volt Belgium Pride thing, please, afterwards, we'd like to invoke a discussion about this, so please come to us to talk about it if you want to help and participate in how we gonna join it. Come to Emmerich and maybe also talk with each other for yourself. My name is Xander, not Alexander, and thank you very much. This hereby the General Assembly of Volt Belgium is closed.
Who we are, and what we stand for. We are from Europe. Pretty, pretty Europe. And if they can't hear us, sing a little louder.